Up, down, up. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. I know it's exciting for all of us to be together. Again, this is the 11th annual Appalachian, Ohio State of the Region Conference. And I'm excited that we are addressing placemaking and reimagining rural economies. That coupled with the University Center, the Economic Development Administration, and their recognition of placemaking and economic development and how community development ties hand in hand with that, it really excites me. I am Misty Crosby. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a senior executive in residence for local government services for the Weinberg School. I think I've been on board for about 8 months or so I'm still figuring out where all the lights are and how to navigate the system, and so I'm just trying to do great things still. I've got the pleasure of being the MC today, so you will see a lot of me and hear a lot of me. I appreciate you all joining us in person, but we also have folks joining virtually, so thank you all for taking the time to come here today and learn more about the Appalachian region and celebrate our partnerships. But first off, to prepare for the day, I just have a few housekeeping notes that I want to get through fairly quickly. So the restrooms are outside in the hall, across from the atrium. If you've driven a personal vehicle, ensure that it's parked in the parking lot we reserved for attendees. That's next to Peden Stadium, lot number 132, to avoid being ticketed. Parking maps are available at the registration desk if you need that. This year's program is available online. You can scan the QR code on your tables with your phone's camera or type in sotr.ohio.edu to visit the website, and you can find the schedule and the speaker biographies there. Also, this is new and exciting, to ask our speakers questions for the Q&A segments throughout the day. You'll be submitting your questions online. So if you see a small table tent in the middle of your table, it's got a QR code on it, and you can do that, scan that with your phone's camera or type in the URL. Then you click the plus sign in the bottom toolbar and type in your question. You can also like other people's questions, so as you're monitoring that throughout the day, and you can help upvote those questions if you want to push those to the top for a presenter. And you can also add your own comments to some of those questions. So we're looking for an interactive, collaborative kind of conference today, so please participate as you can. For those of you, speaking of that will be sharing on social media today, please use the hashtag SOTR and tag the Weinberg School in your posts. During the breaks, please visit the organizations that are tabling in the hall. Talk to them, learn more about their programs, and get their paraphernalia and their collateral material. And our team is committed to reducing the environmental impact of this conference and ask that you please use our recycling and compost receptacles that are provided. Also, please silence your phone so you're not singing the national anthem or something in the middle of somebody's presentation. And then one final note, this conference is being recorded and the sessions will be available to review later this summer. So before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to give a special thanks to the elected officials here today and the local economic development districts and conference partners for their service. So if you're in the room, John Hemmings from OERDC, Chastity Schmelzenbaugh of Buckeye Hills, Jeanette Wiersbicki from Omega, Kathy Zook from Eastgate, Mike Jacoby, who couldn't be with us today from Ohio Southeast, but I think Katie is here, Glenda Baumgartner from the Appalachian Partnership, Inc., Dean Weinberg from the Weinberg School, and all state and local elected officials, please rise for our appreciation. And I think everyone's got their name tag on. John Hemmings didn't wear his today, but he got one outside. But seek them out throughout the day as you take a break or on your lunch and talk to them about what's going on in their regions. I really appreciate all of your leadership and the efforts that you're doing to actively improve lives in the region. So I now have the absolute privilege of welcoming Ohio University Voinovich School's Dean, Dr. Weinberg, to the stage. In the short time that I've been at the Weinberg School, I've witnessed firsthand the passion Mark has for enabling leadership, supporting public servants, and serving the region. He's been a mentor and a friend to me and has announced his retirement as founding dean of the Weinberg School of Leadership and Public Service. To say it's been a pleasure to get to know him better and to work alongside him in this chapter of my career is a huge understatement. I'll forever be grateful he extended the opportunity for me to join the school, and I wish him the best of luck as he embarks on his next chapter. So Mark, the podium's yours.
Good morning. My job is to do two things. We all have 3 minutes, okay? So we won't go over too long. One is to welcome everybody to this conference on behalf of the Weinberg School of Leadership and Public Affairs. It's an honor. This is the 11th partnership. Misty went through who the partners and sponsors are, and we were talking yesterday, and I think with the officials from EDA and ARC who are hugely important for this region, and also with John Kerry, who's the governor's office of Appalachia. And I think this is one of the examples, both on an individual level and organizational level, of one of the best collaborative partnerships to try to advance the region of any place in the United States, let alone in Appalachian, Ohio. So we're thrilled that you could be here today. We're thrilled to have these partnerships, and welcome to you to the 11th EDA regional conference that we're working with today. The second thing I'm doing is I get to introduce the 22nd. Do I get this? Yeah, I have. Luckily, he's right here, so if I get the number messed up, it's okay. I get to introduce the 22nd President of the United States to come up and welcome you and make remarks. And okay, yes, I wasn't going to do that. So 22nd President, he is not going to announce his candidacy. So 22nd President of Ohio University. And one of the things I was thinking about in terms of the conference is that when he got here, and we were a little confused about which year it was. I think it's 96, but maybe it was 1997. So from the day he got here, really, and the day we met, of all the people that I've known who've gone on to be both the dean of the business college, but then president of the university, I've never met anybody who's dedicated a huge percentage of his energies not only to essentially making it a better place for students and others at the university, but to essentially be committed to essentially a super commitment and interest and passion for what can be done to improve the lives of the citizens of this region, of all the presidents that I've known and worked with over a long period of time. So it's a great honor to introduce the 22nd President of Ohio University to make welcoming remarks.
I can make this brief also. So it's a real enjoyment to be here this morning and to see old friends. And I know that, you know, just watching the crowd and everything, it's a wonderful opportunity to reconnect with everyone. And it's fun for me to see everybody reconnecting and sharing stories and so forth. So I'm glad that we can welcome you here as part of Ohio University. And as Mark said, we really do appreciate the ARC and the EDA for their important partnerships with Ohio University and the Weinberg School. The university takes very seriously its role in helping the region in terms of improving the economy and also in the area of healthcare. And, you know, one of the foremost entities, organizations that we have within the university that serves that mission is the Weinberg School for Leadership and Public Affairs. So it's also my honor now to introduce Director Kerry. I cannot imagine, you know, that the region could have a better leader and somebody who is so knowledgeable and has spent his lifetime trying to improve and has been successful at improving the lives of the people in the Appalachian region. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Director John Kerry of the Governor's Office of Appalachia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a great day. The first thing I want to do is congratulate founding Dean Mark Weinberg, who's my former professor, and President Sherman, both on their upcoming transitions. They'll still be around. At least we hope. We know Mark will still be around. We hope to keep President Sherman. And so thank you for your leadership. And this conference is evidence of your work. Has really laid the foundation for what we're talking about today and the opportunities that we have in the Appalachian region. So thank you. So in the State of the State before the last one we just had, Governor DeWine said, it's Appalachia's time. And we've seized that as a region with all the partners that we have, many in this room, to tell our own story through tourism. And as we're talking about the state budget right now, repurposing the tourism office to get people to stay and move to Ohio. But we've kind of been on the forefront of that in Appalachia with our tourism efforts coming together as a 32-county region to tell our own story and to define who we are. So there's a lot of energy. We're building that pride, and with the Appalachian Community Grant Program and all the other funds that are available right now, we have a lot of tools in the toolbox to move our region forward, and we're excited about that. But the resources are, it is a tool and something that we need, but it's the people in this room and your colleagues throughout our region that's really going to make the difference in giving the chance to seize this opportunity to move our region forward. We're playing offense in Appalachia now instead of defense. So instead of being reactive, we're being proactive about what we want to be and use the resources that we have to make our community stronger and make people there live more prosperous lives. So it's exciting about that. And the reason that we're here today, and you'll hear about, is when you talk about reimagining Appalachia and placemaking, why? Why are we doing it? So each one of you are here because you're passionate about the Appalachian region, but we really don't, we know why and deep in our heart, but we really haven't defined it because we think this place is worth saving, worth advancing, and we want to preserve both our heritage and invite other folks to share the natural resources that we have. So as we move forward, this isn't really a spectator conference. All of us are going to be involved in making this happen because the people in the communities and the people in the communities, if we're going to be successful, that's how it's going to be. That's what needs to happen. And you're going to hear from people that have been successful today, and hopefully we take all that information back to our communities. Thank you.
All right, so far so good. We're on time, right, Mackenzie? And I just want to say thank you so much, Dean Weinberg, President Sherman, Director Carey, for taking the time to be here, for all that you do to help rural Appalachian Ohio and to prosper. And I also want to hope that I can live up to the expectations set by Kathy Zook and Faith Knudsen, who were the MC of this event in the past. So we're going to keep this thing on time and on task. It's my pleasure to kick off the first session focused on quality of life in our region. It's hosted by Omega's Senior Development Specialist, Evan Skirty. Please welcome Evan and our panelists to the stage. If you're on the first session, come on up.
Are we on, Mackenzie? We're on. All right, good morning. Well, thank you. I've been really looking forward to this discussion as I've gotten to research these folks before hearing a little more detail about their programs today. The big takeaway for me was that you all have really created and now you're implementing and overseeing structured programs. And I think that's That's already a big insight, a big takeaway for me. I feel like in my career, the last 20 years or so in development, we do a lot of talking about quality of life. We know it's important. We say we should work on it, but we tend to just talk about case studies, maybe successful things that have happened in our communities. But I think we've reached a point, especially as we come out of the pandemic with the era of remote work and trying to recruit residents, tourists, of course, continue with job creation. But I think that the time is firmly here where we need to work on these things and make them a part of our development programs. So hopefully you can take a lot of nuggets home with you today and kind of create your own programs in your communities. So, but you're not here to hear from me. We're going to let them dive into their topics, some brief intros, and then we'll get into some questions. Misty already mentioned the Q&A process. The Omega team was just laughing. They can't believe the irony that I've been entrusted with this technology by Mackenzie. So I'm not known as the tech guy at Omega, to say the least. So she says you follow those directions, and magically the questions will appear here. So we will, but don't be surprised if we're running up here at 10 o'clock. So, but please follow your directions on the table. Like Misty said, we're going to leave plenty of time at 10 o'clock for about 20 minutes of Q&A. Really want to have your questions fielded by these folks. So why don't we get started, just go down the line, brief intro, and what program you'll be talking about today.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, everyone. It's good to see a nice crowd like this. And I think there are a lot of people out there that are remotely dialing in too, and we're glad to have them. My name is Mike Workman, and I live in McConnellsville, Ohio. Many of you probably haven't been there, but it's not too far away. It's about 55 minutes from here. The county, Morgan County, is a population of about 15,000, at least it was about a decade ago. It's 14,000 now. So we've lost about 6.5% of our population in the last decade. Our household income is 67% of the national average. And we just are like many of the communities you people are from. We've had our problems. And it's not a matter of having problems, it's more of a matter of what are you going to do about them. And we've looked at this, and with the help of the Foundation for Appalachian Ohio, Kara Brook, and her staff, we established the Morgan Community Fund in 2008. And the purpose of that was to establish the final cornerstone of building our community. And we realized then that we don't have the funding, we don't have the resources that medium-sized cities and certainly large cities we also have. And we also do not have the human or the built capital to attract large industry. We're a small agrarian community that we really have to live by the land. And in order to do that, we established a foundation to pull up our own bootstraps and do our own turnaround. With the help of ARC has helped along the way too, and with the help of the state government, thank you for that. We've had participation. It's not that we've done this all on our own. We couldn't have done that. But we went out to the community and expressed the desire to retain our human capital. We were leaking human capital at a scary rate. So what we were doing is exporting our people, inviting them to go away, move away, there's nothing here for you and that. You all have heard that story. And we had to turn that around, and we talked to our educators, we talked to our local politicians and our local government. We've got to stop talking that way. We have to provide opportunities to keep these people in our county. We have built capital. We have empty buildings like many of you do. We just need people to occupy those buildings, and we need to build product. We need to find ways to make things, because nothing happens without a sale. So if we can teach our people to be entrepreneurial and learn how to make things that the public is willing to buy and export them from our community, and I don't mean export them to the next community, I mean export out of our region, then we can bring outside dollars in. And instead of washing our own money like a washing machine, we have outside investments coming to Morgan County that way. So that, in essence, has been the logic behind what we're doing in our county. And we do have a real big advantage in that we're on a river, on the Muskingum River, and we have a walkable downtown. So our local leaders have gotten together and looked at revitalization. We want to actually build a high-rise parking garage in McConnellsville, Ohio. So our big plan here is to attract people to come and visit and stay and park. So with that, I'll be open to any questions later, and I'll pass it to Christy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Christy Tanner, Senior Managing Director with Jobs Ohio. I focus on our economic development inclusion strategy. That really started in 2019 when we were focused on initiatives that we could undertake to put Ohio in a position to be more competitive globally. And that economic development inclusion strategy focuses on areas of the state that have been left behind, small and mid-sized communities that have lost population or manufacturing jobs, in addition to smaller businesses that are growing in Ohio, but might be either located in a distressed area or owned by an underrepresented population. My background is in economic development and placemaking, really my entire career. From the time I graduated high school or college, I went back to my hometown of Portsmouth. I worked there for a number of years at the Chamber of Commerce, which was also our economic development organization. I got my feet wet there and discovered that I absolutely loved the economic development side of things and trying to work to bring jobs and investment into a community. I also worked at the regional level as one of the governor's first regional economic development representatives under George Voinovich at the time in the South Central Ohio office. And then at the state level, both public and private nonprofit side, all focused on economic development and marketing the state of Ohio for business development. So I'm really passionate about the topic. I love what I'm doing now in order to try to find ways and do things and bring programs together that can help give back to the communities that gave so much to me throughout my career.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name's Cole Massey. I'm the Director of Economic Development and Center for Entrepreneurship at the University of Rio Grande and Rio Grande Community College. I think most of the folks in here know that it's Rio Grande, not Rio Grande. Common mistake. So I'm here today to talk about some really exciting developments in the village of Rio Grande. And that village is right around 1,000 people. It is your quintessential Appalachian small town. And through this project, the Renew Rio project, we've really injected some new life into this small town. And if you've been through Rio any time in the last year, it is immediately noticeable what's happening. And it's very exciting. We're attracting new folks into the area. We're providing new housing. And it's just a very exciting time to be in Rio. And I should mention that I'm filling in on this panel for DJ Falkowski, who runs OpCon Development and is one of the leaders of the Renew Rio project. Couldn't be here today, so I'm standing in for him. But you know, in my time in this position, I just started in September after a career in corporate America and going to college out of state. Coming back to something like this as a young person is an absolute thrill, and it's exactly what I want to see and exactly what I want to be part of in order to continue advancing the region forward. So I'm happy to be here and talk about the project, and happy to take any questions.
Great. I have permission to go next. Good. Thank you. Well, I'm really excited. So I'm Kara Brook. I'm with the Foundation for Appalachian Ohio. Each person here has been volunteering with us, so I just kind of wanted to jump in and share things and sat here holding back. I guess I should start, though, by introducing the Foundation for Appalachian Ohio. We were founded nearly 25 years ago because people saw that the children of Appalachia had the same potential as children or people anywhere, but what we often didn't have was the same opportunity. And they especially saw that we lacked philanthropic opportunity. In our region, we have 90% less charitable assets, so that translates to 90% less grants for placemaking or reimagining. And since that time, because of the work of so many here and here, that's really starting to change. Today, we steward $100 million in charitable assets across 600 funds. And the real drivers on the ground are the local foundations. So Mike mentioned the Morgan County Foundation. We have Jackson County Foundation, a Gallia County Foundation. So we've assisted local leaders in starting their community foundations, are working very locally, learning a lot from that, and then also finding regional initiatives that we work on. And I think the one Evan wanted me to highlight, who many of you have been involved in this room with, is called Growing Home. And so we've heard talk of population loss, of youth out migration. And what we hear a lot at the foundation, so we give about $6 million a year. That's often across 1,000 different nonprofits. So we not only hear about that, but we hear who's coming next. And I see Dave Butcher here, and I think he said this last week, and he said, I hope it's okay to say this, but he said, we're not getting any younger. And so that's just, it's a continual thing. So thanks to Director Carey and the governor's office and some philanthropists, we were able to create a Growing Home Fellowship. And so we have invested in 121 young people between the ages of 18 to 35 with a stipend and a leadership program. And in return, they agree to live, work, and volunteer in Appalachian, Ohio for 5 years. And many here were influences for that program. The first board chair of our foundation, Roger McCauley, was not from Appalachian, Ohio. He was brought here on AmeriCorps Vista program. He ended up founding FAO and also COAD. I saw the Corporation for Ohio Appalachian Development here. So our thought was, how do we create and find the future Roger McCauley's? And there's a lot more I'd love to say, but I'll hold it for the discussion.
We'll have time for 5 minutes or so now from each of you to take. Let's take a little deeper dive into your respective programs. Why don't we start with Christy at the state level? If I could start just by thanking you. I know from our Omega perspective, and I think I can also speak on behalf of my colleagues at Buckeye Hills. We really appreciate your partnership. And of course, our partners at EDA and many of our other funding partners. We're really taking a nice deeper dive ourselves into quality of life. Over the past 50 years, Omega has done great work in the traditional road, water, sewer, job creation. But as I said, now it's time to really keep quality of life at the forefront of what we do. So thank you for supporting things like the Coshocton Collaborative, which was discussed last year, and we're still working very closely with Tiffany and Coshocton, and a couple more in the pipeline. So be ready for our phone calls here soon to lobby you for some other Vibrant Community grants. So yeah, Vibrant Community and other programs, kind of where are we now, and what's it look like going forward?
Sure. Well, let me first start by setting the stage for those of you that are familiar with sort of Jobs Ohio. If I say the old Jobs Ohio pre-2019, we were really focused on business, retention, expansion, attraction. That was what we did, right? We worked on those competitive deals that were looking at other states, and because that's getting started, that's where our focus needed to be. But really, as I mentioned, the go-forward strategy, what we call our Jobs Ohio 2.0 that we started in 2019 to look at where do we need to invest our dollars to make Ohio as competitive as possible going forward globally, investing in things like talent, like sites, like economic development inclusion. And if I can explain the thinking behind the Vibrant Communities program in particular, which I'll talk a little bit more about, but the economic development landscape, as you know, is becoming increasingly more competitive, especially for attracting new investments from outside of the country or outside of the state into your backyard. In order to be successful to attract not only the investment from companies, but also attract the talent, you have to have more than just a site or a building that has the infrastructure to it. That is no longer adequate because you can find that in many places. You really have to have a community that is a vibrant place where people want to be, where they want to live, where they want to work, and where they want to raise a family. And if you've ever been on an economic development site visit with an out-of-state company or business, and you take them on a site tour, and you show them this beautiful site where they can put their facility, and then the next thing they say is, well, let's take a look at the downtown. What does your city look like? Show us some amenities. And if you drive them down the main street of your town and it's all empty and boarded up, or there's no people out walking around, you're not going to be successful landing that deal. If you have a community that is vibrant with activity, not only are you going to be able to have a better shot at landing that deal, but you're going to be able to attract others to that community, tourists. You'll be able to bring in more residents. The remote workers, people, the boomerangs that we call them, that have moved away for other opportunities and now are ready to come back to live in a small community or a mid-sized community where they want to raise a family, where they feel like they can make a greater impact. That is critically important in our economic development world, and that's why the lines between economic development and community development are blurred. They're no longer one lane over here and one lane over here. They're really the one and the same. You have to have a strong community development program, and I would argue a strong downtown Main Streets development program if you plan on having an economic development strategy where you're going to help your existing companies grow and expand and attract new investment in. So that was the thinking behind the Vibrant Communities Grant Program, and along with that, there's a planning grant program for those that need help getting to that point. But the Vibrant Communities Grant Program, we started it was approved by our board in 2020, rolled it out in late 2020. The impetus of the program is really designed to support catalytic downtown development projects. Most of them look like mixed-use projects. They can be a single building, multiple buildings, or in some cases, multiple blocks. But they're projects where we have the local government and the private sector stepping forward together in a partnership, willing to invest in some sort of development for that community that's going to attract jobs, attract people, and increase the property values within that area. And the thinking behind that is you get that one big catalytic development in your downtown area, and that automatically starts to attract follow-on investment. Your neighbors down the street, the other retail businesses decide maybe they need to invest, maybe they need to put a new facade up. The person that's been thinking about maybe I need to start a bakery or start a small business, they're going to be willing to say, hey, now's the right time to do it. We got this great new thing downtown. It's bringing people down there. Let's go invest. It includes housing. It includes not just long-term housing or apartments, but it also includes Airbnbs. And we're seeing in a lot of our projects the introduction of Airbnbs, co-working space, shared spaces where people want to be able to go and have an opportunity to collaborate and commingle and invent and explore together, maker spaces, that sort of thing. So those are the types of projects that we're seeing in our Vibrant Communities program. I have to refer to Hannah Baumgartel, who I want to call out, who's with our Jobs Ohio team. She's really been instrumental in getting our both Vibrant Communities and Planning program up, running off the ground and going at the pace it's going now. But I think we have, how many do we have approved so far? How many? We've got about 10 or so-ish, 12 that have been approved and underway, and we have about 25 plus that are currently in the pipeline. Our board at the end of last year agreed to expand the program guidelines. We originally had criteria established that had 96 communities in Ohio that were eligible. Those were all small and mid-sized communities. They had a population of 75,000 or less, but not less than 5,000. So population criteria was between 5 and 75,000, and a poverty rate at or above the state poverty rate. So that gave us 96 communities. I will give kudos to the state of Ohio and our friend John Kerry with the initiatives underway to invest in Appalachia. The Jobs Ohio board agreed that we could expand those guidelines so that we could include all communities under 75,000 in population. So there's no longer a floor of 5,000. So now communities of any size, if you're a municipality and you have and you're under 75,000 in population and you have a poverty rate at or above the state's poverty rate, which I believe right now is 13.6%. You are an eligible community. If you have a project, bring it forward. Ohio Southeast, Katie Farber is here in the audience. She's our partner in bringing those projects forward to us. She's got several in the pipeline right now. And if even communities that have an idea, a concept, or something that they want to do, but they're not quite ready to step forward with that investment yet, there needs to be more due diligence. We also have a planning grant program that works pretty quickly, and it's also very flexible. It can go to help fund either due diligence on a building or a site. It can also it can help build a capital stack. It can help develop what your costs are going to be. It can be engineering and design. So it's fairly flexible. This is also a program that has a lifespan of 5 years. It will sunset in 2025. So we're encouraging all communities that are eligible, if you have a potential project, please bring it forward. So I will pause there.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Let's shift to Cole. Christy talked about the importance of public-private partnerships, and I think you three will probably talk about the other important partnership with Philanthropy, with your local donors, the local wealth or wealthy investors who have moved outside the area and are continuing to reinvest through your foundations. That's the common thread I saw in researching all of you. So just take us into a little deeper dive of Renew Rio, and specifically, I'd be interested in the projects and the sites that are selected. How does that work? Is it I think you have an anonymous donor, correct? Is he or she part of driving that process, local government? How are the projects selected?
Yeah, so Renew Rio is really a true private-public partnership. And so, how this all started was actually just a dinner conversation between a couple leaders in the community, looking at what does this community need most in order to grow. And it was pretty visually apparent when you went into Rio what the community needed. If you looked around, this would be 3 years ago. Dilapidated structures, homes that hadn't been kept up and were vacant, not only hurting existing property values, but then also creating an eyesore. And if you think about the community college and the university, you have thousands of students coming in for school every year, plus their parents. And I'm sure we have some college parents in the room who, when you go to a campus and you see dilapidated structures, your mind doesn't go to the best places. And so, in partnership with the university and the folks behind the Renew Rio project, they decided to attack that first. And so, Renew Rio identified those dilapidated structures, the ones that were the biggest in terms of need, and bought the property, demolished the structures, and then started to plan what comes next. And what came next is today we have 8 new homes. We have 5 that are being built as we speak. There's a new commercial structure that's been built as part of Renew Rio. There is a new park that I saw just yesterday. I drove by and saw that it's underway, so that's underway. There's plans for a pavilion. And these were all identified just through looking through the town and literally a walk around the town of, what are the structures that are in the most need, buy them up, and decide what comes next for it. So there's plans in the future for townhomes, and by 2027, the estimate is around 50 new homes could be built in Rio. And to give you some historical perspective, it would be since the 1990s where Rio had anywhere near this sort of private investment in it. And really it goes back to that small group, and their drive was to take this, what I think a lot of people would consider unpolished gem in Rio, and turn it into the polished gem that attracts more students, is attractive to new faculty to give educational opportunity to those students, and then ultimately to bring in those boomerangs that you talked about, those people who left because of a lack of opportunity. Well, maybe they have a remote job now, and they can come back and they can live in a really nice home in Rio Grande. It's a small community. It's safe. It's as tight-knit as it gets in Rio. And so, that partnership and collaboration has been there all along the way. I think as Appalachians, we're maybe a little bit wary of outsiders, and we have a lot of history that would suggest that that's probably the right way to be. But when these folks came in for Renew Rio, they have roots in the regions. They're all about investing and rebuilding small towns. They came in and immediately went to the local government, and they went to the community leaders, and they got that buy-in from people that the community trust to do the right thing for them, and started getting to work on this. And so, like I said, if you drive through Rio Grande today and you drove through it 20 years ago, you probably would not recognize it, and it's going to continue to change. And that has also brought in some new outside investment. If I have any Taco Bell fans in the crowd, getting a Taco Bell in Rio Grande is significant. It may not sound big to go get a quesarito, but it's huge for college students, and it's another option for people who live in the community. And there's a few other small businesses that have decided to make the investment in Rio because they see that growth that's coming, not only with the new housing stock, but they also see it at the university, where we're projecting that enrollment is going to go up significantly in the coming years. And so it's been a really collaborative effort between private sector, university, and the public sector to make this all happen. So it's truly a team effort. And as I mentioned before, I'm someone who left the region and came back, and this was one of the driving reasons why I did it, because I was excited when I came to Rio Grande and saw all the movement happening. And so you want to bring young people back. We've got a lot of programs in place to do it, and things like this are a huge signal to those young people that it's time to come back home.
And that's a great segue to Kara. We have time. If you want to talk about the foundation in general, you've taken a really intentional shift to economic development with many of your programs. But I think today we'd like to hear specifically about the Growing Home Fellowship Program. Folks like Cole coming back to work through that program. So, give us an overview of that and some trends that you've seen through the program. What's, in addition to the financial incentive, of course, what's driving the interest to come back to Appalachia?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, the Growing Home Fellowship is a program that's providing a financial stipend and a leadership development investment over a 5-year period. And we have 121 fellows. They're between the ages of 18 to 35. 60 are from the region. Your best strategy is to retain the talent you have. 60 we've recruited to come and live in the region. One of the things that Evan had asked about was to look at their applications, and it was like poetry when they described living here, and they had beautiful things to say about being snuggled in the hills of McConnellsville. So there's every one of our counties represented by a fellow living or working in the region. What surprised us the most, though, was even though they were excited about being in Appalachian, Ohio, after our first leadership retreat, they were even more excited. And it was a lesson to me of how intentional we all have to be about our pride and about sharing the good things about the places. I think sometimes I think, oh, well, no one wants to hear about my hike in the Hocking Hills this weekend, but I should go talk it up. So I think, what we found is even though they were very grateful and excited to be here, when we had an intentional celebration of our assets, it was more so. Since I've got a couple minutes, I do want to respond to a few of the things that I heard here. So I heard Cole sort of saying you got to do a lot of things. Our challenges in this region are mutually reinforcing. They're complex and they reinforce each other. And I'm in the camp of you got to attack it all at once, because you've got to have a lot of things reinforcing each other to have the lift that we need, and the work you're doing is a perfect example of that. I'm looking at a present board member and a past board chair, and as Mike was talking, I could not help but think about me as a younger leader he really poured into. And one day I'd come in and I sounded just like an MBA. He has the MBA, not me. But I was sure we should do it all by metrics, and metrics should guide our decisions on everything. And he said, Kara, I measure success by MWBA. I said, Mike, what's MWBA? He says, I measure by walking around and counting smiles. And he was serious about it. And, he counted smiles in McConnellsville that week. But if you look at the research on the Global Happiness Index and we think about the end result we want from all of our work here, we want the happiness in our communities. And so that's a lot of what philanthropy is doing. And I heard Christy say we've got to blur the lines of economic development. And I want to lift that up and push a little bit further. And as a two-time cancer survivor, I'm probably more dialed into health maybe than most. But if you look at our region, and it depends on where you pull the zip codes, and you compare people living in Appalachian, Ohio to other parts of Ohio, our longevity is 10 years to 18 years shorter. Cancer mortality, deaths, heart disease deaths, diabetes, you know this. And so I think as we think about walking around and counting smiles and we think about quality of life, we have to really think about the quality of our health. And another thing that Mike has taught me is that belief drives behavior and behavior drives culture, which reinforces belief. So I just want to commend the work of Ohio University and the Voinovich School and the governor with the Appalachian Community Grants for thinking, actually healthcare development is part of economic development too.
Okay. All right, so let's shift the mic for a little deeper dive into the Morgan Foundation. This is something I know at Omega we're seeing it more and more. We've been working with the Wellsville Community Foundation in Columbiana, local foundations really getting more involved in economic development. So tell us a little more about your programming and specifically how you engage your donors to shape the programs that you're implementing.
Okay, thank you. The Morgan Community Fund started in 2008. We had an initial contribution of $50,000, and that came from the Community Improvement Corporation. And from there, we've worked with the local people, and particularly people who live at the edge of the county on farms, saved all their lives, and want to give back. And today, those assets are $1.6 million, and that's pretty good for a little county of 14,000. So we are using those funds. We're investing through FAO, and we're using the returns on those funds to put back into our other civic organizations and volunteers in the community who really are the workers. It's not the community fund that's a worker, it's the people on the ground. So when they come to us with a project in health, education, entrepreneurship, we look at that and generally fund those kinds of activities. So we have the wherewithal now to do that. And we call it bootstrapping. We really like to develop our own resources. Again, I mentioned our people from the earth are pretty self-reliant and independent. So we cater to that as, yes, you can do this. You know how to do this. You know how to lay a water line to a barn. You know how to put a roof on a barn. You can tear a tractor down, put it back together. You have all kinds of resources as individuals in this county. And we need to then give them opportunities to learn more about other trades, for instance, in our vocational school. And we're working really hard in setting up training programs and working with the Epicenter in Marietta and Marietta College, Ohio University, Voinovich School. We're working with your people, Paul Benedict, and to really, really get the spirit of you can do this. You can do this. You can do it just like you're used to doing. And once people start believing that, you'll start to see a change. We start to see initiative now. In the last decade, we have 14 new businesses on Main Street in McConnellsville. It's unbelievable. And all but one are women owned and women who started these businesses. And it's amazing to me to see what people can do once they believe they can do it. So we work really hard, the community fund works really hard to put that spirit and that initiative and give that control and power of our community over to the millennials, to the younger generation. Wasn't that way all along, or many years ago. The old guard wanted to control the town, and that's changing now. The community fund now has an auxiliary board of millennials. So we listen to what is going on at the street level, and we fund that, and we support that.
We have a few minutes. Let's try and tackle some of the challenges. Several of you mentioned them, maybe starting with healthcare that Kara mentioned. Want to expand on that? How can each of your programs engage that topic? Other challenges we're working on, there's several. Broadband technology is still a big one in Appalachia. So any thoughts on how your programs are engaging those topics?
I'd be happy to take healthcare. One of the challenges that the local foundations discovered is that children weren't getting vision care. And so through a partnership with the Ohio Optometric Association, we've been able to fund a mobile vision clinic. And it's gone to, I think, about 4,000 children. It's amazing when the world is no longer blurry and the headaches are gone and the test scores are improving. And I share this example because we were able to go to the state to a new program called Results Ohio. That's a pay-for-success program. We knew we had our metrics. We knew it was sustained through Medicaid once we started it up. And so we agreed to the service that we would provide. And we've exceeded all those metrics and are now earning enough money to buy the next unit. It's like a Mercedes Sprinter van that's been retrofitted into a vision clinic. Some of you have traveled to see it. But that is a great program, and it's a great model of public-private partnership to use public funds in ways that solve challenges. And so that's a near-term example.
In addition to public-private partnerships, maybe a few comments from all of you about the local government partnerships. Mike, you mentioned the CIC, Cole local government. How can our local officials engage in quality of life initiatives with foundations or with Jobs Ohio, with all of you to make things happen at the local level?
I think the biggest thing is collaborative planning. I think all too often in our region, things are, we kind of shoot from the hip, so to speak, and expect things to happen. This project started with a plan on a piece of paper that people were bought into. And that's what I think the challenge for all of us is to make sure that everyone is aligned on the vision. I was at a conference a few weeks ago up in Columbus where they had some folks from Columbus local governments who are preparing for Intel. I know I'm not supposed to say that word in Southeast Ohio. Everyone's tired of hearing about it. And Intel is dramatically transforming the landscape of Central Ohio, and these local governments are planning. They're getting to work. They're working with private developers, they're working with private citizens, local community organizations to get a plan on a piece of paper. That way things don't happen to you, they happen because of you. And so from the local government perspective, some of you may know Mayor Matt Easter, who's been completely instrumental in the Renew Rio project, and he is the biggest supporter and probably the most unique mayor in Southeast Ohio. I'd accept a challenge on that if anybody's got a better one. But Matt has been involved in this from day one. He is constantly communicating success, which is something we all need to get used to doing. We're a very humble people by nature, but Matt is not afraid to go post things on Facebook, go talk to people, go potentially talk to people who maybe have a problem with things that are happening, and have those face-to-face conversations. So Matt has been instrumental in this. And he's really charged his team at the local government with helping the folks behind Renew Rio move at the pace that they need to move at to make this sustainable for them. So that's getting his zoning board aligned on how things should be moving, doing infrastructure upgrades, working with local building departments, using local contractors. He has been behind the scenes in all this. So for elected officials, it's really that close personal relationship with the folks who are making the investments to make sure that everyone continues to be on the same page and that those successes are then communicated to the community.
Cole, that was on my list too. Active planning is one of those things that it is critical in order to develop the community the way that that you envision it to be developed. The other, I would add another one to the list that you've already mentioned, but I think we still struggle in this region with perception challenges, and that perception has maybe evolved over time, but I would say that it still trends negative as opposed to positive, and that's a problem for us. And I think part of it is the humility of the people within our region. We coming together to try to do more to positively market this region through the partners that we have at the state level and at the regional level, and even getting creative and thinking about ways to use social media influencers in your community and others to try to attract more people in and change that perception can all make a difference. But a big part of it is really, I feel people sometimes want to hide who they are or what their community is. But one of the things that we've discovered in working with different communities is you can really be successful when you dig deep and figure out what is your heritage and what are you known for and what's that really you think wonky thing, but other people think is really kind of cool and worth coming to visit. So finding those things and really celebrating them and marketing them, but that's an ongoing challenge for us.
I would like to say something about that too, if you wouldn't mind. I've been in the planning process in business, in economic development, several other things. And long-term planning is great. It has a great ring to it. But I've seen too many plans go in file drawers. Great books, great ideas, great everything, but they end up collecting dust. I've seen it too many times. It takes someone in your community who can activate the plan and get people involved, and it's just do it. So many times I've seen it on paper, but it never gets done. So it's important to follow up. Assign your planning gap programs to individuals who are engaged, who are committed, who will follow through. And then someone in your organization needs to follow up. Where are we on this? Are we on schedule? And that. But follow through with the plan. It's got to be an action plan, not a drawer plan.
All right, well, let's build on that. We're right on schedule. It's working. Haven't spilled my coffee on it yet. They're rolling in. Lots of good questions. So like I said, we have about 20 minutes. You can continue to submit questions. Why don't we just dive right into this? You've all kind of started touching on this, perception, attitudes, but Jessica Keaton I hope it's okay, I'm going to announce your name. Mackenzie's been pushing everyone to reveal their identity, so good job. Jessica Keaton, Ironton, Lawrence County. How have you seen the attitudes change both inside and outside your municipalities as your projects have evolved? What are some strategies you've employed to address concerns and leverage enthusiasm as you implement the projects?
I'd be happy to take that since I grew up in Lawrence County. When we first started our foundation, we needed to raise money because we didn't start with money. So you would think the first project would have been a fundraising campaign, but it was actually a mindset campaign called I'm a Child of Appalachia. And it gave an award and told the story of very successful people. Some people didn't even know that there was a real Bob Evans. Could you imagine that being from Rio Grande? But it's a story I tell all the time. But it was, how do we tell a story that's true, that people see themselves in? And it became an essay contest in the schools. And I think we knew it was successful when people would stand up in a meeting and say, I'm a child of Appalachia, and we'd never gotten to them. So somehow it had gotten there. But I totally agree with what Christy is saying of, despite all of that success, there still is so much work to do, and each of us holds power to influence how people think about our region and therefore how they behave and how we do.
Why don't we shift to, Della Rucker says here, and I think you've touched on this again with programs like Growing Home, but let's continue to expand on what are some of the key, she says, what are some of the key local characteristics that influence people to come to a small community or young people to stay? Or are you seeing any key common traits? I know I live in Steubenville, and we've been talking about this quite a bit. We're seeing a nice influx of people, many associated with Franciscan University of Steubenville, or it's interesting, there are folks starting to come to Appalachia of maybe escaping some of the big cities, some of the political issues we have in our country. We're definitely seeing that trait, that there are people just coming to Appalachia with no ties here, even though, you know, many of our folks come here through family ties and things. But are you seeing any traits of people just wanting to be in our unique communities?
Yes, I'm seeing a lot of that in Morgan County. We have a lot of people who are escaping cities and coming to retirement, for instance, in Morgan County. It's perfect for retired people, low cost and safety, that kind of thing. But I think the key to, if you're in a small town, is to think about your resources and the people you already have on the streets. So if somehow you can reach them and convince them to be an ambassador, as when someone is coming on the street, down the street, they need help, go up to them and be friendly, you know, be helpful to the people. Be an ambassador for your community. That's a key for us. And it's kind of the old thing. I see people all the time go up to the corner waiting for a red light, and there might be a child or another person standing there. And I watch, do they speak to each other or not? How many times have you seen no conversation? It's imperative that your people in your community are conscious of speaking to this person. If it's a child, how are you? How are you doing in school? This kind of thing. But engage the people in your community. And we impress that through our community fund and through all the efforts that we make with our local leaders in the collaborative, that Cole that you're talking about. That's really key. It's all about collaboration, but think of your community and think of your human resources. These people can all be ambassadors that can attract people from the outside and want to come back.
Oh, I was just going to add, you know, the point you make on stopping on a street corner. I had an interesting experience a couple weeks ago. Out on a Sunday morning, I was walking around downtown Gallipolis, which is beautiful on a Sunday morning if you haven't done it before. But I walked by a gentleman a couple times on the walk, and you know, we said, "How you doing? Good morning." And finally, he just stops and he took off his sunglasses, and I thought he was going to be mad at me for some reason. Maybe that's from living in a big city too long. And he just goes, "Hi, I'm so-and-so. Nice to meet you. Where do you live? How long have you been here? Where do you work?" I mean, it was such a genuine small town interaction that he did not have to do, and he initiated it. And so that was kind of a signal to me of, why can't I do that? Why can't I stop at a stoplight and, you know, ask people how they're doing or introduce myself? He was so thrilled to have a young person downtown walking around. I mean, it was a pretty simple thing, but those are the things that matter. And so that's a really excellent point on the community ambassadors. So I'm going to shamelessly steal that and bring it back home.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We don't talk enough anymore in modern life, and I think we can be our best ambassadors and recruiters to our community. So thank you for that. But let's still shift to this question. It looks like it is anonymous. Are there specific programs, and maybe Christy at the state or regional level might have comments on this, are there regional advertising partnerships we can join to highlight our communities and the resources we do have to offer, i.e. television, multi-state programs, radio, et cetera? Are there programs we should be looking at?
I don't know what the programs are today. I would encourage you to reach out to your regional partners and partners at the state level as well to talk with the tourism office and see what opportunities exist. I know that there are several different types of campaigns that are out there, but I also would encourage thinking locally and regionally too. The majority of your visitors, and they're going to come from the next county over. Don't think too hard about how to go about it. Just get it, like Mike said, just start, just do.
Okay, thank you. I was listening, I'm just reading here. We got another one for you, Christy. And I'm usually very good with spelling, but this is interesting. From Athens City Council, Solveig Speedness. Interesting question, again, I guess targeted to Christy. In addition to vibrant communities and these programs, what are you doing to help mom and pop or small entrepreneurs trying to get going? Some of my constituents are eager to start a small business or trying to grow one. Athens itself has support, but what about Jobs Ohio and other state or regional resources? So.
Thank you so much for that question. It gives me the opportunity to mention one of the other programs under our economic development inclusion strategy. It's called the Jobs Ohio Inclusion Grant. Or JOIG is the acronym that we use for it. But the Inclusion Grant was designed for small and mid-sized businesses that are in Ohio. Those that are so small that they can't typically access the economic development programs at the state level that either Jobs Ohio or the Department of Development might have with tax credits and that sort of thing, for a variety of different reasons. But for businesses that are either located in a distressed zip code, and there's a very easy zip code lookup tool on our website, or they're owned by an underrepresented population, minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned, or owned by an individual with a disability. If they are looking at growing their business and they need some support in order to do that, we have grants available up to $50,000. The business needs to be making some sort of investment. It could be in newer expanded facilities, some sort of equipment to help them grow. It needs to be either one of our targeted industries, but those are pretty flexible. The only, I would say the caveat is retail is excluded. So for that particular program, retail is excluded, but otherwise pretty flexible. And it's really designed to try to help homegrown Ohio businesses continue to become not only selling their product or their service statewide and outside of the state. The Ohio Small Business Development Centers, the Minority Business Development Centers are all across the state and provide a multitude of different services to help at the startup level. Startup is a little trickier. That gets into the friends and family kind of funding mechanisms, but there are resources that can be leveraged at those outlets as well.
And of course, Jeanette won't be happy if I don't say take a Omega Revolving Loan Fund brochure on the back table. We can help as well. And Kara, you had some thoughts?
I just want to interject with another resource, and that's the Ohio Air Quality Development Authority. And with us today, we have Christina O'Keefe. I don't know where she is, but I'm lucky to serve as one of her board members. And they're providing grant and conduit financing for clean energy projects, for clean air projects, and I know they want to be more utilized in Appalachian, Ohio. So I would mention that, especially as you're looking at the Inflation Reduction Act and some of the possibilities in our community, they can be a wonderful partner.
Okay. All right, let's go back to Della Rucker. I think we're going to get through most, if not all of them. But I couldn't pass this one up. This sounds like Steubenville. Maybe she's been there and visited us. One of the challenges that I see in small towns, not just Appalachia, is that people think of quote-unquote leaders as either the old guard or the high-profile, high-education people who have moved in with big organizations. We need new leadership, but it can't possibly be me. Especially seems to affect people who are of diverse backgrounds. So any insights on how to widen the leadership base in a community? I think you've all talked about planning. Actually, in Steubenville, Jefferson County, we're working with them on rolling out a strategic plan here shortly. And I've seen that throughout my career. The biggest challenge or biggest opportunity in planning, I think, is how to engage the community, especially young leaders. So how do we do that?
I can address that a little bit. That's a really, really key question and a very key subject, and engagement. How do you do that? What we found is getting diverse people together with different ideas, and that can be frustrating for sure. But I've found that a meal, and keep the group small, not too big, maybe 5, 6 people at a time. Break it down into small groups, but have a meal, because food breaks down barriers. And when people eat together, they share together, and they start sharing their ideas. I've seen it happen time and time and time again, that where you have discord and you have reservation, you can see it in people's faces and their eyes. If you sit down and offer them something to eat and share the food around the table, we usually have a pass-around type meal, not a sit-down type. So you have to hand salads and things to each other. So those little things are engaging. And once, I've seen it happen hundreds of times, once that starts to happen, conversation starts. And once the conversation starts, then you start to make progress. You share ideas. What ifs? Well, I thought you thought this. Well, I see that you don't. You get all of that stuff out. And once you do that, then you're building trust. And that's the key to it. The people around the table have to have trust in each other. And I found that works well for what we do in our community.
So I just want to interject, having had the privilege to break bread with Mike Workman on a very special table that was given to him by the gentleman that recruited him to McConnellsville. This is not where he grew up. He's being very humble about what he's done for economic development in our entire region. So you might just speak a little bit about the significance of you even being here and all that we're talking about.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure. It's a lot of fun. Meet so many interesting people, many of you in this room. It's really the simple things that work. It's all the big stuff, the big words and that. I haven't seen that really work. In my travels, it's been down to earth stuff and eyeball to eyeball, person to person, and getting to know each other. I think that's the key to it.
All right, we have time for maybe a couple more. Cole, you have a fan. This is not a question, but absolutely love what's happening in Rio. It has become a monthly destination for the outdoor options now offered there that are not found in nearby counties.
Yeah,
Did you type that?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
That'd be pretty sneaky of me, wouldn't it? I assume a call out to the Gatewood Trail System in Rio Grande, which is a really great story. So for those of you who may have heard of Grandma Gatewood, she did a through hike of the Appalachian Trail 3 times. I believe it was in her 60s and 70s. She is from Gallia County, so we're proud to call Grandma Gatewood one of our own. But that's what the trail system is named after. The university owned that land and was approached by a community group who wanted to do mountain biking on that property. So it is entirely community run, and they've developed a trail system. I think it's 15 miles of mountain biking trails, and you can hike on them too, out just beyond the boundary of campus. And you hear all these really heartwarming stories all the time about the lengths that people will go to for that trail system, and people will dedicate their whole weekend to fixing a part of the trail where it may have slipped and it's now a safety issue. They'll just go out there and do it, and they'll fix it. There was, I was told a story by Matt Easter, the mayor, who is out there frequently, and there was a tree during one of these windstorms we had in the spring that had fallen over on one of the big trails. And these people from not even Gallia County, but they were people who had come to the trail before and used it, came out on a weekend with a chainsaw and a bunch of equipment and drove back into the woods and chopped the tree up and cleared it. And They didn't have to do that. They went out of their way to do that. But that's the type of community that's been developed around that Gatewood Trail system. So it's another great example of people just getting started and just, they want to see it, so they did it. And that trail continues to expand, and it's a great opportunity for us to attract in tourism, and it's a great opportunity for students to go beyond the classroom and be engaged.
Okay. Kara, did you have something?
I always have something I want to say. You were speaking, Cole, about how one thing sort of leads to another. So we're really thrilled that now every county in Appalachian, Ohio has a local community foundation. We were approached by Ernie Bynum to say, could you help create an African American community foundation? So as we're talking about inclusion here, it just struck me to really bring forward across our community, from the census, 2 to 4% of our population identifies as African American. And so it's really hard to have your own very local foundation. So one of the greatest honors of our work over the last 5 or 6 years has been to found the African American Community Foundation. And it's a resource for lifting up and finding Black-led organizations in our communities. Many of you have been involved with that here, so I just wanted to say thank you.
All right, 2 minutes and 28 seconds. That's not a lot of time to talk about affordability, but let's do it anyways. I think this is a very important question to end on. My colleague Sam Miller at Buckeye Hills Regional Council. Great to hear many of the panelists mention building housing stock. It is certainly needed. However, there are many steps those on the panel are taking. Are there any steps those on the panel taking to ensure folks can afford to live in the available housing or live in the downtowns we are revitalizing? So.
Well, I would say from the RIO perspective, the housing stock there was, before Renew RIO, was not great. I think some of the improvements that have been made through Renew RIO have encouraged other property owners to make investments in theirs, while also having those homes nearby helps lift up their property values, and clearing those dilapidated structures helps clear their property values. So that's what's happening on the Renew RIO front. It's more having that diversity of options there that did not previously exist. So now we have anywhere from a house that 4 or 5 college kids might rent together, all the way up to a single family home that goes north of $300,000. So I think for Renew RIO, it was more about building a diversity of options to attract in all different kinds of income levels that help sustain it.
We have a kind of out there kind of idea about that. We have a land bank, and we're encouraging through the community fund, we're encouraging our villages, particularly McConnellsville Village Mayor, I hope you're out there, John, that through this land bank, as tear the old properties down and develop the lot, or clean the lot, and give it away. Give it to someone who's willing to move into the community and build on that lot. And in turn, you can have this lot and come and join the community, but you have to agree to live here for 5 years minimum and serve on one of our civic organizations, Kiwanis Club, Community Fund, whatever it is. So we want you to be a part of this community when you do come here. And it's a very attractive idea for particularly young people with children in crime areas and big cities and that kind of thing. So that might work for some of your communities to give it away, and you'll get it back in spades. I'll guarantee you will.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to end it. In my mind, I think it all goes back to strong local planning, like many of you have mentioned. There's some questions in here about aesthetics, just improving the overall look of our region. There's still challenges there. And I think it all ties together. Even as we, like I said, as we at Omega, we're working on some vibrant community proposals. We've got to engage the local government, engage our donors, work as a team to address all of these socioeconomic, the affordability and the aesthetic questions. So thank you. You've given us really some some really substantive thoughts on how to structure programs in this region. So I hope you all enjoyed that. I know I did, so let's give them a hand.
What a great first session. Thank you, Evan, Kara, Mike, Christy, Cole. So great to hear all the wonderful things that you're doing. The fact that, there's a lot of activity, there's a lot of churn, there's a lot of people trying to move in the same direction in the region at one time, and that is exciting to hear. We're going to release you all for a 15-minute break. Please refill your coffee. Those of you at home, there's about 100 people watching from home, which is exciting. Go ahead and get up, stretch your legs, do your thing. We're going to return to our seats by 10:35 to do the next session. Thank you. All right, I think I'm back. I so appreciate all of the conversations that are happening. It's like we all get together, we talk about Appalachia. All right, right? I mean, just depends on what I'm talking about, how my enunciation is. I think that's the sign of a true Appalachian. Okay, good morning. Thank you all for your exuberance today and for networking and the conversation and catching up. We are going to start on our next panel. If everyone could find their seat and their drink, that would be great. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to just invite our next set of panelists to the stage. Our next session is called Building Appalachia's Workforce, and we have several speakers. John Sherwood, Director of Talent Strategy at Jobs Ohio. Jeff Magada, I hope I pronounced that right, founder of Flying High, Inc. And Megan Riddlebarger, she's the Executive Director of the Corporation for Ohio's Appalachian Development. And the Q&A today is going to be moderated by our longtime friend and our key partner at Eastgate Regional Council of Governments, Kathy Zook. Kathy is the ARC Program Manager. So thank you all for returning promptly from your break. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the panelists and to Kathy.
Thank you, Misty. And thank you for allowing me to be here another year. Last year I was the MC, and I think Misty's knocking it out of the park. I think she's doing a great job. So I am really excited to bring this panel to you today on building Appalachia's workforce. We're going to hear a little bit about what some of our companies are looking for in our workforce, and then also some of the obstacles that we are overcoming. We have two role models, and I'm really excited for them to share their stories of what they've taken a negative and turned it into a positive. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, and John Sherwood. The podium is yours.
Good morning. I'm a child of Appalachia. So before I get started here, child of Appalachia, but I live in Columbus now. Got married to someone from Columbus, therefore I must stay in Columbus, are the rules. But I walk around on Saturdays in Columbus, and all the time I hear an OH. And I have to give the obligatory IO. So before I get started, if I give an OU, can I get an oh yeah? OU! Oh yeah! Thank you. From the bottom of my bobcat heart, thank you. So briefly want to talk a little bit today about the role that talent and workforce availability plays in economic development. So I'll start off and provide some additional background in addition to what my colleague Christy Tanner shared about Jobs Ohio, and then we'll dive a little deeper into what is influencing company decisions. What are they thinking about when it comes to where they want to grow their business, where they want to locate their new business, and then we'll dive even deeper into some opportunities within the manufacturing industry. There we go. So Jobs Ohio, as you heard before, is a statewide private economic development organization. We're about 12 years old. We were stood up really right at the beginning of the Kasich administration and have continued on as our own private 501c4. We have a very unique funding model. So we have a long-term lease on the state's liquor business. And so if you're a distiller, if you produce or want to sell liquor in the state of Ohio, you sell it to Jobs Ohio Beverage Systems, and then we distribute it out to the Kroger down on East State Street, or any of the other liquor distribution organizations in the state of Ohio. And then we take the profits from that business and use it for economic development, workforce development, inclusion, vibrant communities type of purposes through our organization. So that's our funding source. It is stable. So we have that long-term 25-year lease. And so many of you are associated with or work with state and federal governments, and you know about those biannual budget cycles, right? We know we're in the midst of one right now here in the state of Ohio. And things can have some certain level of uncertainties because that is a 2-year budget, and that's what programs are based on. With Jobs Ohio, we have an advantage over many other states in our economic development performance because our money is stable, it's predictable, we can make some of those longer term investments, some of those long plays. So all that to say, if you make your way up to Court Street later, you're at Paupers having a blackout or Pigskin having a Black Widow, know that that purchase is supporting economic and development, workforce development, so you can feel good about that. Can you tell I went to undergrad here? Another thing that really sets Jobs Ohio apart is our seasoned professionals, Christy Tanner being a great example, who come from long lines of economic development experience as well as industry experience. So we have sector experts that come from the automotive or aerospace or technology sectors and bring that business knowledge to Jobs Ohio so that when we're trying to help companies grow here in the state, or we're trying to bring companies in from outside of the state, outside of the country even, they can talk shop. They can talk that specific business, and it provides that level of comfort to those potential deals that we're a state that knows what we're talking about. And then most importantly, I think it's our organizational structure at Jobs Ohio that sets us apart from our other competitor states. We're a statewide organization. We cover all 88 counties in the state of Ohio. Well, this is a huge state, right? Not only geographically, but population-wise, we're the 7th most populous state in the union. And so in economic development, business retention, attraction, expansion, workforce development especially is a local game. And so you have to have the boots on the ground to be able to do that work. So folks like Katie Farber and the Ohio Southeast team that represents this 25-county region are the folks that are on the ground, understanding community needs, understanding sites, understanding the human capital assets that exist within pockets of the region, and helping work together to advance the state's economic development. Mentioned before, Jobs Ohio, 88 counties. We work with 6 regional partners that cover the different parts of the state. We're squarely in Ohio Southeast, formerly APEG region. I put little logos there so you can see that I'm from Perry County, Ohio. That's where I grew up. And then mentioned before, I did my undergrad at OU, so always happy to be back here. Probably be happier if I was on Court Street than in the Baker Center, but maybe later. So Jobs Ohio, Christy Tanner talked a little bit earlier about Jobs Ohio 1.0 and kind of how we expanded a little bit of our scope to think more holistically about economic and community development in 2019. However, our kind of key business is still driven off of 10 sectors of focus. So Jobs Ohio has responsibility for economic sustainability and growth in about a third of the state's economy. And so we're not focused on all sectors. We really dive deep into 9 private sectors, and of course the military and federal sector, places like NASA, places like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Defense Supply Center in Columbus. Those create a lot of jobs and bring a lot of activity into the economy, so military and federal is also a sector of ours. In the decade plus, since 2011, the Jobs Ohio has been around, our sectors have grown about 16%. Moving more specifically into talent, and I think that's what I'm supposed to talk about here, wanted to put together put in front of you some statistics that speak loudly to the role that talent and workforce availability have on business attraction, retention, and expansion. So Site Selectors Guild is a group of economic development professionals, many consultants, economic development professionals, and every year they put out a report. They do a survey and put out a report. Some really interesting stats from the last report that came out at the end of 2022. Workforce availability is the #1 factor with the greatest impact on site selection. So where are we going to grow our business? Where are we going to put our business for both industrial and office projects? And to dive even deeper into that, for industrial projects, so things like distribution, manufacturing, those types of industries, 78% of respondents listed talent as their top concern. To put that in perspective, when you hear economic development, that oftentimes connotes incentives, right? Grants, loans, tax breaks. Talent, 78% of respondents listed talent as a top concern, only 25% listed incentives. And so that really speaks to the amount of weight that business leaders are putting on how they're going to be able to find the workforce. Additionally, 100% of Guild members listed talent as the single largest consideration when selecting locations for office projects. Maybe. I need some help. Oh, thank you. So what type of talent are companies looking for? So I mentioned before our 9+1 industries, our 10 industry sectors that we focus on. Through really extensive research across all 6 regions in the state of Ohio, both qualitative and quantitative research, we've come up with a list of occupations that we consider to be the growth multipliers. The occupations that are going to drive economic development over the next decade. And those occupations fall really in 6 key buckets. That is computer and technology, that's probably not a surprising one. Business, research, and data analytics. You're probably seeing this within your own businesses, your own operations, that many of the more administrative positions are becoming more analytical, more data-driven. Life science. Ohio is home to a really budding industry in healthcare technology as well as healthcare and pharma manufacturing. And so those biologists, those chemists, those lab technicians are going to be important for the continued growth. And at the end of the day, manufacturing is really the lifeblood of Jobs Ohio, our sectors, and our economy. And every single manufacturing project that we see is looking for some combination of the 3 occupation groups below. Engineering, installation, maintenance, those technicians that you always hear about, as well as that production type roles. And we'll talk a little bit more about those production roles and the dynamism that's within those roles as the economy automates. Try again. I don't know if I did that or if I got help. So deeper into manufacturing, I'm missing my General Mills logo from this slide. That's okay. But so in the last 2 years or so, Ohio, including the Ohio Southeast region with the announcement of the General Mills project in Jackson County in the city of Wellston, has seen enormous investment across different types of manufacturing. So I heard earlier I wasn't supposed to say Intel, but I'm going to. So whether it's semiconductor manufacturing, whether we're making electric vehicle batteries with the Honda and LG investment, Abbott is making baby formula up in Northwest Ohio, across the spectrum, even making consumer grade food in this region. Those manufacturing operations are driven by really 3 basic levels of occupations. Each of these pathways is a ticket to a family-sustaining wage. Just different levels of investment, different levels of education to get there, but all extreme, in a very much of a shortage in terms of demand for workers and supply of those occupations. So depending on who you are, depending on the route, I would suggest this to a friend, a brother, a child of my own. Engineering, technician, or production routes are all great opportunities to consider. Typically, when we think about engineers, those are folks that need that bachelor's, master's, mostly bachelor's, but sometimes master's or PhD degree. The best way for me to think about what an engineer does within manufacturing is to design a product and the manufacturing process. The next level of occupation is that technician. And typically those technicians need an associate degree or a 1-year technical certificate, either from an Ohio Technical Center as an adult or through a career and technical education experience as a sophomore, junior, senior, maybe some military experience, or just years of on-the-job training and learning through experience in manufacturing. These are the folks that install and maintain the equipment that make the product. Now, as you think about companies continuing to automate and they're taking processes that were more manual and using robots or machines, those types of things to take over those tasks, that creates additional need for technicians to install that equipment, maintain that equipment, fix it when it goes down. And then the production and operators, we're a long way off from truly automated manufacturing where there's no human involvement, no human tracking and maintenance of those types of things. Those production and operators are still really high wage positions. And these are the folks that work the process and make the product. And this is an opportunity to get into an industry with a really relatively low floor minimum kind of qualifications. I want to dive more specifically. So if you ask me what's keeping me up at night, I'm kind of have a role at Jobs Ohio to think about how we're proactively creating the workforce that's going to win us deals, win the state deals, bring companies in, keep companies here. What's keeping me up at night amongst those three occupation levels that I just had on the screen? It's the middle one. It's that technician role. And so looking specifically since January of this year, 2023, and exclusively focusing on the 25-county region that makes up the Ohio Southeast group, there were a little over 1,100 technician-level job postings just in this region, unique. So those aren't people just posting the same job posting every day. Those are actually 1,100 different openings. They're every single county. And so I know the gentleman from Morgan County, McConnellsville, talked about a largely agrarian society in that county. Every single county in this 25-county region had a posting since January, I think at least 5 since January of 2023. And then some counties like Guernsey and Washington have over 100 postings just in a quarter and a half or so of time. And then the wages for those technician level positions are absolutely family sustaining, family thriving, specifically in this region where the cost of living can sometimes be a little bit lower. Those positions that were requesting the associate degree, that technician level position, on average paid about $31 an hour. If I had an industrial site that I was trying to be developed, I was looking for a manufacturing type operation. One of the main things I would be including in that is the access or ability to access technician level talent. That is driving a lot of decisions right now. And so just encourage, challenge for this group. I know there's lots of good work going on. I know there's programs being standing up at Hocking. There's really successful programs in Marietta at both the technical center and the community college. We need more. In all regions of the state, we need more, and to continue to encourage industrial development in this region, we'll need more. That's all for me. And with that, I'll introduce Jeff from Flying High.
Thank you, John. Excellent. Good segues for me, too, so with job development. My name is Jeff McGott. I'm the founder, executive director of Flying High Incorporated, and we are based in the Mahoning Valley, which is Mahoning and Trumbull counties in northeast Ohio. And I'd like to thank Director Carey and Kathy and Mackenzie and all the ARC team for inviting me to speak. And my task here today is to tell you about what we do to help underserved, underutilized people coming out of recovery, coming out of incarceration, get prepared and qualified for employment. And I do want to note that Flying High, that's not all the population we serve. However, it is a majority of the population. But our programs are for all residents, that are in the valley. And as John mentioned, the number one need that employers look for is workforce when they come and they're looking to relocate to our areas. So I think we're in a state in Ohio here where we need every available population ready to take those jobs. And first of all, to know about those jobs and then to take those jobs. And that really is what we see our role at Flying High. So let's see if we can get this to work here. Oh, hey, all right. So let me just real quickly here. So our mission at Flying High is very simple: to help all people develop their potential, discover their destiny, and provide opportunities for them to make their lives better. And that really is our role. I get questions every now and then. Do you guys fly airplanes? Do you run an airport? No, we don't do that. We develop potential, human potential. And so we do that by, we listen and understand the needs and the wants of the people we serve and create practical opportunities for them to walk through, for them to achieve their goals. And this is really the key that has built this organization is, I tell my staff that we are professional opportunity providers, right? And why'd you go to school and get all those licenses and degrees? Well, that's to create opportunities that the most vulnerable among us can walk through. And that really has been a blessing at being, based in Youngstown, Warren area, is that there really is some people that are trying to overcome barriers. And that has really put us to work at creating these opportunities that we knew if we could provide them opportunities to get to where they wanted to go, we could provide it to anybody, for anybody that walks through that door. Thank you. Okay, so let me tell you about our core services a little bit here. In a nutshell, Flying High serves as a community health and workforce hub that integrates workforce training and readiness with behavior health services. And I think maybe that's our niche, that's our uniqueness there. And our three core services are that we have a professional development center, which has two wings. One, we're an accredited vocational school that offers accredited, accelerated short-term programs that lead to a certificate. And two, our job placement welcome centers that act as a service, a walk-in environment for people to come in. There's case management and financial support services there. If they have employment barriers, if there's things that they're trying to overcome to become marketable, our staff is there to help them. Also, we are a licensed provider of alcohol and drug treatment services. So we are an outpatient providing service. I had so many individuals that were coming to me that needed a job, wanted a job, but couldn't pass a drug screen. And I knew if I sent them to the employer, they were going to get a drug screen and it'd be back in my office. So I would send them sometimes out in the community in the system to get some services and we'd lose them. So I thought if we could start our own in-house outpatient services, we could get them engaged, get them clean, but keep them engaged in workforce development services as they were going along their pathway. And then thirdly, very exciting, is our Access Healthy Foods Mahoning Valley. And the reason that's important is because this gives people work acclimation. And we've learned, particularly with underserved and underutilized populations, that people learn to work by working, right? We could put them in a classroom and tell them how to behave and these kind of things, but you see people and you address behaviors while they're working. And so what that initiative has done is we have a Grow Urban Farm. We have our urban farm that produces fresh produce that goes out into the community, and it goes out in the community via our Mahoning Valley Mobile Market, which is really cool because it's a grocery store on wheels. And it goes into all food deserts throughout Mahoning County, soon to be Trumbull County, serves a lot of seniors that have limited access, people in underserved that have limited, access to grocery stores. And so what they're doing is they're growing the produce, working on the mobile market, giving back to the community while they're in their employment pathway. All right, so I'm gonna get down into the weeds. I know, Mayor, hopefully I got some social workers in the room here or some people that are interested. Let me show you how one of these pathways work. So there are individuals that go through our treatment programs are right away engaged with a peer supporter. They are registered at our professional development center and done career counseling. And we're looking at aptitude and interest. Okay, what are they interested in? What's their aptitude? And then they meet with case managers, and case managers now are evaluating, we call it the Big Seven. And the Big Seven are this: do you have a driver's license? Do you have reliable transportation? Can you pass a drug screen? Do you have a recent work history? And do you have a skills credential? And oh yeah, by the way, do you have housing? And do you have a mental health or recovery support system in place? Meaning if you're walking through recovery, do you have a sponsor? Do you have a home group? Is there someone that you continue to stay connected to recovery? So we assess them on those 7 things. Very important, because that drives their recovery to work initiative. And by the way, let me just take an opportunity again to thank the Appalachian Regional Commission, because a couple years ago, we were the gracious recipient of Inspire Recovery to Work, their first round. And so it really has given us the opportunity to build out the program. And so after we get the recovery, the case manager gets the recovery to work, we put them in if they want to go into a vocational track, they go to our VTP program, Vocational Transitional Program, because we don't want to just rush them in there, because we want to make sure they just not begin it, but they can complete it. And if you've worked with individuals maybe that are in recovery or coming out of incarceration, that's the key. We don't want to speed them up. We want to slow them down so that we know that they have the wherewithal to be able to complete the program. If they choose not a vocational track, they'll go into our Working Toward the Future program. So let me show you. This is an actual schedule. I know it may be a little hard to see, but I just want to point out to you. So this is our VTP program. So if any of you here want to go through our VTP, first thing we do is we do orientation with you and put you through what we call purpose class. By the way, that's my class. I teach that class, and we believe everybody's got God-given potential and God-given purpose, and we explore that in that class. And then next thing you do is you're going to meet with a licensed doctor, medical doctor, because we're going to do a wellness check on you. And we're also going to see what medications you are on. And this is particularly important for people coming out of recovery. Some of them may be on Suboxone, methadone, they may be on MAT, right, medicated assisted treatment. And who's monitoring that? What are their levels like? So they're meeting with the doctor. And then they start attending enrichment workshops. Now, these enrichment workshops are not job readiness, or resume and job interview. These are cognitive type workshops that it's about decision-making, solution-oriented, identity, these kind of things that we're helping them to really figure out, get clarity about who they are and where they're going. And then we move, of course, we do a lot of life skills with them. Our Healthier at Home is basic life skills courses, how to iron, how to do basic things that you'd be surprised that people that have been wrapped up in addiction or been in incarceration a long time, they have not been developed in that. And then more enrichment workshops. And then also we have them meet with our Dr. Salvador DeLillo, which is our licensed naturopathic doctor. And so this is where we're integrated, where we take the natural approach with the medical approach. And so we believe that we can wean them, if they so choose, off Suboxone, off methadone, through a natural process coupled with the doctor, tapering them down. Very important. And then, of course, we give them healthy cooking classes so that it's what goes into your body. And if you really think about addiction, it's plant-based. They're plants, right? And so we're putting that into our body, and that's the same thing with food. So we want them putting the right things into their body, and we go over that with them. And the other thing, we do financial literacy, more enrichment workshops, and then we expose them to the trade that they're thinking they may want to go into. Flying Eye has a welding school, and a lot do want to go into welding because manufacturing has the least disqualifiers. If I have a criminal background, there's not as many disqualifiers that would prohibit me from going in there. And so we expose them to welding, and they go through the process. We're doing performance evaluations on them, and that way they have a chance to feel it, touch it, see it. Now, if they make it through this process, okay, and through the last, and again, we're giving them feedback all through the way, then they really earn their way into the vocational program, because then we have a comfort level that they not only can begin it, but they can complete it. And then very quickly here, so if you choose not to go through the vocational track and you want to go through our Working Towards Your Future program, then what we'll do is you'll work on those sites, Grow Urban Farm, the Access Healthy Food Mobile Market, and various other locations we have. And we're going to open a purpose account for you. And that purpose account, because as you're working there, you're earning training stipends, okay? Training stipends, and they're substantial. And at least 75% of those goes into a purpose account that you can't use that money to buy cigarettes or pay your cell phone bill or those kind of things. It's got to be toward those 8 things. Pay off your fees and fines, reinstatement, tuition, housing, transportation, child support. And so I cannot tell you what an advantage that has been to our population. We recently had a young man, just the latest one, that paid off over $10,000 in court fines to be able to obtain his driver's license. Used the remainder of his funds to purchase a car. And I think I think we've purchased over 40 cars in the last 3 years. So because we're trying to move them toward a productive, self-sufficient, tax-paying individual. So we want them to be on their own and not depending on public transportation. And also, he also used the remainder of the money, he bought a trailer to move in. So, and he's just one of hundreds that have used that purpose account purposely to overcome employment barriers and get into a point of marketability. All right, let's see if I can back it up here before I close here. Whoop. Can we back up? Can we back up a couple slides? Go one more for me. We go one more. There we go, right there. Okay, so real quick here, let me complete this, that as individuals go through, again, they went through VTP, then they start their vocational track. We, of course, are doing surveys with them throughout. They continue to meet with case managers. And then towards the end of the program, when they're completing vocational, they're assigned to a peer worker that is going to work with them up to a year. They achieve the Big 7. That is our benchmark to help them do. They are then assigned to a job developer, which works with many, many companies to place them. And then they are placed in that employment and obtain the housing. And then again, we follow up with for a year with them, post-job placement. All right. It seems to be working. We're having some pretty good success with it. We can go one more slide. I thought I'd show you some outcomes that we've had since 2017. We're very grateful to be able to walk through this journey with them as these individuals are overcoming, barriers, be it by their own mistakes or be it because it was just really thrust upon them. And we're very pleased to report that, we've, over 400 skills credentials and almost 800 job placements, since 2017. And then finally, these are just some of our community partners that we worked with, right? It really takes a lot of agencies to do and to work with us, and we're very grateful for them. So I thank you so much for your time here, and I'd like to bring up Megan.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you about a subject I've spent a long time talking about, and I'm glad finally to have a bigger audience. John was one of my first audience. Thank Director Carey for continuing to be a great supporter. So we're doing this as charades, right? Yes. So just to give you a little sense of where we're headed in the next 10 or less minutes, I'm going to tell you a little about the childcare landscape, why it's like this, what COAD's doing about it, what you can do about it, and how we're all working together for a family-friendly Appalachia. So first, childcare. Childcare in Ohio is regulated by the Department of Job and Family Services and by the Department of Education. There are types of childcare. A and B are family childcare homes. This is serving 12 or less children in someone's home. There's public preschool, which typically serves children age 4-ish, does not serve infants and toddlers, is funded by the Department of Education, is often associated with a public elementary school. There are private childcare centers serving infants, toddlers on up through school age. Those are licensed mostly by the Department of Job and Family Services. There's a unique provider opportunity called in-home aids, which is where a child care provider actually provides the care in the home of the child, thereby enabling the family to go out and work. That's an underutilized provider type, and if you'd like to hear more about how it can work for your community, please let me or Jack Freck know. Lastly, we have school ages and camps. These are often operating just in limited hours. So that's the kind of range of potential service providers in the state that are licensed, regulated, and funded by the state of Ohio. Current funding, we have in Ohio a system that provides subsidy for working families. That's those earning less than 142% of the federal poverty level, which now is just under $40,000 a year for a family of 4. The current landscape includes 778 providers serving the 31 counties of COAD's footprint, and that's all those provider types at the top there. So I just want to remind all of us and ground us all in the shared opinion that childcare is the epicenter of a family-friendly Appalachian Ohio. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our wonderful supporters at the Appalachian Regional Commission and their brave quest to partner with the Department of Labor to offer the Workforce Opportunities for Rural Communities work program. They funded COAD to deliver the Workforce-Enabled Childcare Access Now project, where we're working to support employers to bring childcare into being. We've got a goal of 100 new providers. We've done a lot of work, and we have a long way to go. So as you can see, we really do have a long way to go. Things are looking pretty bad. Childcare has been on the decline for a long time, long before the pandemic. Obviously, it was made worse by the pandemic. The main thing I think I would like to have you take away from this, besides just a feeling of general woe, is that, which I don't want you to have, but it is gray. The difference from 2010 to 2023 in public childcare provision is great. It's wonderful. It's showing that we're all sharing in the investment of making sure that our kids are well cared for. However, it displaces the private centers who serve infants and toddlers. So in our shared investment in public preschool, which is great, we need more of that, we're leaving a lot of families with young children behind, and I just want to acknowledge that graph represents that change. Just to underline the point, we lost 900 childcare slots between August 2019 and August 2020. And as you can see here, not all of those happened post-pandemic. We've been on the decline. And really, it's not just here in Appalachia. This, as you all know, by listening to any news source or talking to any person that is an adult in the world today, that this childcare situation is really a problem. So why is this a problem? Well, it's pretty simple. If people could make a living provided childcare, we wouldn't have this supply problem. And this is not meant to be a sermon or a request for us all to rally for higher childcare reimbursement rates, although please do that. It's also to talk about some creative other ways that we as a community can intervene and make this less of a problem. So just to drive home the not being able to make a living thing, raise your hand if you've ever spent a whole day with a baby, 3 toddlers, and 2 4-year-olds. Hey, brave soul. And then think about doing that for 50 weeks every year and getting paid enough to qualify for childcare subsidy yourself. It's a problem. Okay, just underlining that problem. Okay, so I'm the executive director of the Corporation for Ohio Appalachian Development, a really fantastic 50-year-old nonprofit which serves as the hub of a community action network. We serve 31 counties in Ohio. One of our many programs is COAD for Kids, where we serve families, childcare providers, and general community in improving the quality and availability of childcare in our region. Notably, this year, thanks to some fantastic federal investment, we've been able to pass through $828,000 in grants to childcare providers. Wow. That's probably my proudest thing since I've had this job. And what I want to talk to this room about more specifically is what we've been doing with employers. And again, I want to thank the Department of Labor and the Appalachian Regional Commission, whose logo is omitted from this slide, but I'm going to just say, yay, ARC! About the specific work we've been doing with their support to really deeply engage employers, more so than we were able to do with our traditional funding source, which I thank the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services for. So we have added, or are in the process of adding 165 new slots back to that very sad gap of 900 slots lost in the past couple of years. That's a drop in the bucket, folks. We didn't have enough to begin with, and we're just creeping up back now. But hey, this is progress in the right direction. So I'll talk to you in a little more specific detail about each of these, but second shift childcare, drop-in spots at existing providers, employer-owned, and investing in facilities and equipment in partnership with childcare providers and employers. So here's some specifics. First, Ross County's Goodwill, opening later this summer, a 70-plus childcare facility that they are starting to serve their own employees, but they are opening spots to the community, both because they're awesome and also because they want to sustain their operation. So this is one example of an employer that went out on a limb, is developing real estate to provide childcare for their community and for their staff. Next. We have this facility in Jackson County, which was a licensed provider since 1987, affiliated with the YMCA. They've moved to a larger facility, and they are notably adding second shift. They've got great partnership with Belicio, and I don't know if you say OSCO or OSCO. OSCO sounds cool, yeah. those partners are enabling this business to expand. So this is relying on a recognized, solid provider in the community and giving them the opportunity to grow in partnership with an employer who really, let's be real, can't hire people if they don't have childcare. So that's a capacity increase of 50 in Jackson County. And here in Scioto County, not literally here, there. In Scioto County, once again, we have a licensed provider that has been serving their community for a really long time, and they have added something called drop-in spots. So this provider has made the possible availability for the folks that work at McDonald's in particular that have shifts that are sort of wonky hours and irregular, made it possible for them to access the flexibility in the childcare that they need, which is a real challenge for general business owners. It's already impossible to make money as a childcare provider, and if somebody only needs childcare 2 days a week and they only want to pay for 2 days a week, but you still have a building and a staff for 5 days a week, that really doesn't work out. So it's nice when the community can invest and make sure that that space is available for those kids. So what we're really digging in on next is recruitment and startup support for family childcare, which I just want to thank the governor in his budget for specifically calling out recruitment supports for family childcare. So with the Department of Job and Family Services, COAD is engaged in some really interesting efforts to recruit new family childcare providers. And as a reminder, that's people that provide care in their own home. By the way, these are micro enterprise, small businesses, often owned by women, who provide a needed service that enables all y'all to go to work. So that's what we had already been doing, thanks to the support of our friends at ARC. Again, I forgot your logo, but yay, guy. With the support of the work grant, we were already engaging in this recruitment and startup support, and we just got to be a little ahead of the curve, so now we get to pick up with the support of the Department of Job and Family Services to do more of that work based on their research about where the greatest need is. So we're primed for success. And I think really all that's left to say is, click. We got to do this together. And just words of wisdom to remember, we got to invest while we can before we have to repair. So it's nice to be here in the group of problem solvers and folks dedicated to making this place a great family-friendly place to live. So thanks for your attention, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Is this on? Okay. Well, you can feel and see the passion of the panelists here. I think they've done a very excellent job about talking about things that are not only important in Appalachia, but also nationwide with childcare and overcoming addiction and how to attract businesses to our region. So, Evan, you're right, the tablet is working, and we have a couple questions. I know we got about 5 minutes, so we will stay on time. But let's start with, first, I wanted to say, Megan, you had an excellent presentation. The cost of childcare, I mean, whether it is an individual family or, a larger employer wanting to bring on that as a benefit. Can you talk a little bit about the cost of childcare?
So for an individual family, the cost of childcare looks about like the cost of freshman tuition at any of your local schools. If you want specific numbers by county, you could go to COAD's website, where we have a data hub that shows the cost of childcare on a per county basis. Basically, we're talking about thousands of dollars at an individual level. As you all know about economies of scale, if an employer can make an investment offsetting the cost of the facilities, the other major cost is labor, and perhaps in partnership, if the employer supports the facilities, the child care provider can then roll more of their money into the labor and make for a better system that costs less on a per family basis.
Thank you. Thank you. And then Jeff, too, during your presentation, and I think you've covered all the bases from start to finish. I have to say, I'm from the Youngstown region. Jeff's office is there, and he was like the hidden gem. We didn't realize Flying High had been in existence for 25 years. And it's through your passion and success, you're really turning things around for us. But could you speak a little bit about that success rate? Once an individual lands that job, and they're trying to overcome some obstacles. How do you mentor them through the year? What things are you doing so that that placement stays successful?
Right, thank you, Kathy, for your kind words also. So we, with individuals that are, becoming emotionally and really spiritually stable again, to embrace what we call the fight of life, right? The grind of getting up for work every day, taking care of the kids, managing the stresses of life. It's important that there's a strong foundation there. And as I mentioned in my presentation, so even though we have accelerated training programs that will get them to a skills credential in a quick amount of time, we slow it down from them in the beginning, on the front end, so that we make sure that they're ready to engage in that. And we do that through our peer support services. We do that through a lot of the workshops, the case management services. And what's most important is those financial support services. Because if you don't have your driver's license, or there's something keeping you from being, prepared and qualified for that job, you can't compete for it because you don't have a certain something. When you're able to overcome that and get assistance to overcome that, that's a big win. And then you start to see confidence being built. And then as you walk through, you could see them growing as people. And then when they get to the point where they compete on their own for their jobs, because we don't do it for them, right? We tell them we can't work harder on your future than you. But we give them the opportunity, and they get the job, and things start happening. Then we're there with the peer support to continue to follow up with them, and really they're at that point they're flying high, so in a good way, So yeah, but also let me mention this too, is that this life happens, right? You're out there, and we watch them real closely that first 6 months, because sometimes money can be a trigger. If you've been in addiction, then you got money in your pocket, you have a little freedom, and all of a sudden now you have more choices. And so we watch them pretty closely, keeping them connected to their recovery support, and that's proven to be somewhat successful.
Thank you. And then, John, I'm really glad that during your presentation, you put some hard numbers up there about salary expectations and hourly wages, and they looked really good at 30, and that's in an associate's degree. So, and especially within Appalachia, where our cost of living is low, that is definitely a livable wage. Could you talk about what are the manufacturers that you've been working with? What else are they looking for within the community so that they're coming to the region, they've got the talent, they're working with them? Are there other things within our community that they're looking at to bring them to the Appalachian region?
Absolutely, Kathy, and just as much of a struggle as workforce attraction is, workforce retention is the same amount of struggle. And so, employers are really focused on how do I get people, and then how do I keep them here? And one of the ways to do that is to be able to pay a wage that allows individuals and families to thrive in the region that they live in. And so in the Appalachian region, going back to that cost of living and the amenities that are here in the region, you have lots of assets to offer not only the individuals that will ultimately work for these companies, but companies are getting smarter about what are the factors that it's going to take to be able to attract and retain that workforce. And so there's a lot to sell here in this region when it comes to not only the sites and the land that you have available, but the communities that can support a workforce that can be productive, but at the end of the day, that business needs to be profitable. And so the numbers make a lot of sense here. To be able to pay a good but reasonable wage to your engineers, technicians, and production level associates, and for that family to be happy here and be able to continue to thrive.
Thank you. And with that, I apologize, I'm 1 minute over. So I would really like to thank our excellent panelists and the information they shared with us today, and thank you very much for the work you do.
Great job, Kathy and panelists. Thank you so much for joining us and talking about your programs. Before we let out for lunch, we have a couple more presentations. I'd like to invite representatives from EDA and ARC to the stage. So, as you know, our region has long been supported by the U.S. Department of Commerce, Economic Development Administration, and the Appalachian Regional Commission. And we are grateful to have ARC's Congressional Liaison Specialist Guy Land and Area Director for EDA's Chicago area, Dennis Foldenauer, here with us today. So please join me in first welcoming Guy and then welcoming Dennis to the podium to say a few words and to honor the Voinovich Schools Dean, Mark Weinberg, for his more than 40 years of service to the region. Thank you.
Thanks, Misty. In the late 1990s, the staff director for then Congressman Ted Strickland called me and said, the congressman's very interested in working with ARC and some things in Southeast Ohio that can help the region and particularly take advantage of the tri-state area of Ohio, Kentucky, and West Virginia, and would like to see if ARC would help with that. And I said, John, well, it was John Hazley that many of you know that called me, and I said, John, we would love to do that, but who do we need to work with? And John said, well, you need to go through Ohio University and the organization there called ILGARD, and that's headed by Dr. Mark Weinberg. Now, at that point, I had never heard of ILGARD, did not know what it stood for, and had never met Mark Weinberg. And for those of you who may not now know what ILGARD stands for, it's the Institute for Local Government Administration and Rural Development. And John Hazley said to me, because they have the research capacity of the university and a network of connections across communities in Southeast Ohio. So if we're trying to do what we want to do and what we think ARC wants to do, they're the perfect partner for this. And through the years, we have seen that insight was absolutely correct, that they have been the perfect partner for ARC, that their connections across Southeast Ohio and the ARC region have been absolutely indispensable to the work that we've been trying to support and do across the region. And it's all a reflection of the vision and passion that Mark Weinberg has had for that. In fact, let me just quickly ask, how many of you were either in a class that Mark taught or participated in one of the programs that the Voinovich School has run over the last 40 years? Just raise your hand. Well, it is more than half of this room, in case you haven't seen. And I would argue that you, in that way, are Mark's legacy. And it also leads me to say at this conference, based on the show of hands and the people that are in this room, the state of the region is strong and promising, largely because of the vision, passion, and savvy of Mark Weinberg. So thank you, Mark, for that. ARC has been pleased to be a partner with you organizationally and me personally. For me, it's over 25 years at this point. And ARC Federal Co-Chair Gail Manchin also wanted to add some words of commendation to Mark. She is in another ARC state today and can't be here. But she wanted to underscore the institutional connection between ARC and Mark. And so she has sent a little video for you. And now I will give you Federal Co-Chair Gail Manchin.
Hello, I'm Gail Manchin. As Federal Co-Chair of the Appalachian Regional Commission, I'm honored to join you via video today to thank and congratulate Dean Mark Weinberg for his years of unwavering service to the Appalachian region. ARC had the pleasure of working with Dean Weinberg from 2003 to 2006, when he served as our John D. Wissman Appalachian Scholar. The mission of the role was to conduct research, strengthen Appalachian leadership, and encourage leading scholars to address Appalachian concerns and needs. And while it wasn't an easy pursuit, it was one Dean Weinberg took on with passion, purpose, and a tireless dedication toward advancing Appalachia's role within academia. Throughout his 3-year tenure, Dean Weinberg had a multitude of accomplishments, including advising ARC on the strategic use of universities in increasing the knowledge base of the region with a special consideration for addressing the needs of ARC distressed counties. Partnering with Harvard Business School on developing a model to teach public officials to envision ways to increase organizational capacity and public value for Appalachian educational organizations. Examining ARC partner organizations' strategic management capacity and presenting those findings at the 2004 DDAA conference. Dean Weinberg, ARC is so appreciative of the work you have done to help bolster the Commission's mission of bringing parity to all of Appalachia. I hope you take time today to revel in your accomplishments. Enjoy all the good cheer and well wishes, and the very best to you in any future endeavors, wherever that takes you. Thank you.
Well, I'm the last speaker before lunch, so I've got a big job. And I just want to begin by saying what great partners we have in the room. I am not from Appalachia, although I did come from a manufacturing town in Detroit, and so know the challenge that everyone has faced whenever they have economic transitions, as you all have gone through. I think on the theme of placemaking, everyone knows Appalachia, and I think we're all familiar with the history and impressions that folks have. But I've met a number of folks here who are also not from Appalachia, who have moved to the region and been pleasantly surprised by all of the amenities that you have, by all of the resources that you have, and by the great people that they work with, and have truly made their home here. I think that's a testament to all the work that you all have done here and all the work that you continue to do. I think when we think about reimagining, certainly important to do every day. We always want to reimagine ourselves personally and try to think about who we want to be tomorrow. For a region and for a mega region like Appalachia. Reimagining, I think, is something that takes place every day for you as you're confronted with new challenges and as you respond to those. I guess I would offer, let's not reimagine too much and forget who we are. The importance of manufacturing here in the United States and specifically in Appalachia, all the great things that are going on with the companies that have decided to locate here. Reimagining ourselves in a way that we don't lose sight of the fact that we have roots in industries that are important, not trying to chase the next big light bulb, but really focusing on where we're strong. What are the clusters we can, what are the clusters that we can try to advance? I guess I would also say for EDA, representing that agency, we've seen all the work that we've done in disaster. I think that was a new kind of reimagining for us, becoming a bigger and bigger part of economic recovery in the face of disaster, whether it be economic disaster or natural disaster. I think looking at our innovation programs, all the things that we're doing with Good Jobs, with Build Back Better, with Tech Hubs and Recompete that are coming out as we speak. And I think when we look at EDA going forward, some of the things that we've learned from the COVID experience, all the ARPA, all the CARES, the great projects that we've seen developed by our incredible EDR here in Ohio, Ellen Hines, so many people singing her praises for all the work that she's done over the last couple of years, coming in during a very difficult time and really responding to everyone's needs. Just call Ellen if you have ideas for EDA. But I think the things that we've learned out of that experience with all those dollars is that there are projects in places that have never heard about EDA. And so I encourage all of you, when you hear about those kinds of ideas or you have ideas yourselves, just call Ellen, talk through what could be a competitive proposal. And I think looking forward for EDA, certainly want to make sure that we continue to innovate, that we continue to refresh our programs, but not forget that heavy, hard, core infrastructure is what makes places ready for private investment, and something that we're always going to be doing here in regions like these. So thank you all for inviting me here to talk, and let's all enjoy lunch. Thank you.
We are rocking this. So I want to thank ARC and EDA for coming to Ohio. It's always great to have you here. And I know that Mark is going to hate this because he really doesn't want any recognition or anything. But if I really like to take a moment for everyone to just stand up and give Mark a round of applause because he has been so great for this region and the state of Ohio. So Mark, thank you. Do you want to talk? You can. Yes. Yep. Come on up. I do want you to, if you want to.
Thank you very much. That was heartfelt in terms of both Guy and the ARC and EDA. I'm not going to talk for a long time because it's before lunch. I'm getting a little bit better at this in relationship to be appreciative, but also talking. So I just thought I would say a few words, okay? And I have, for many of you that know me and don't, I have a bit of a dry sense of humor, and that comes through in relationship to this. But Guy talked about ILGARD, okay? Which I did not make that name up. That was made by Dean, and I didn't actually want to do ILGARD, but it worked out pretty well. But ILGARD wouldn't have taken place without ARC and EDA. So our first funding and everything was from both of those organizations. All right, so they've played a continuing role, not only in terms of the development of this region and the people, everything that people in the room are doing, but they've made a huge difference in relationship to what we're doing. I think the guiding principle that ILGARD had was a different principle. And one of the things, yesterday we had a reception, people were talking about movies. And one of the movies that was interesting is Field of Dreams. Are people familiar with that? You don't have to like it or not, but the famous line in there is, if you build it, they will come. And actually, I think that didn't work. And so I think the strategy that we took for ILGARD is the opposite. When they come, we will build it. So for the last number of years, 40 years for ILGARD, and then the Voinovich Center, named after George Voinovich, who was a 1958 graduate of the university, and then the Voinovich School, which is about 10 years old, give or take a couple of years, we really essentially are built on the premise of when we all come together and want to do important things, then we will build a future together. So that's a better philosophy. I think that has been very positive for the university. How many Bobcat graduates are in the room today? Okay, so that's really been the guiding principle in relationship to that. And then one of the things that I thought of from the morning session, sort of a second issue, is that we're really now, all of us in here, we're really no longer, I think John Kerry might have said this, we're really a model for not only the nation, but we're starting to export what we do to the rest of the state. So what ILGARD started out as a regional entity, we're doing stuff throughout the state. We're in 88 counties. We have about 12 to 30 projects in each one of those counties. And I think that this region, whether it's the Voinovich School or the LDDs or Ohio Southeast or EDA, whatever, we can really be a model in terms of, as a model for what the rest of the state should do, not just what the state should help in terms of ILGARD. So it's been a tremendous opportunity. Thank you for the recognition. And it's been, I think this is an incredible future going forward in terms of partnering together and working on incredibly important issues, childcare, workforce development, better health for the region, investing in our communities. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mark, so much. We're going to break for lunch, but before we do, to ensure our next panel can finish lunch before they take the stage, please allow the economic impact of community events speakers along with our technical staff to begin the line. So there are 2 buffets, one on each side. They're double-sided, so that's in an effort to be as quick and efficient as possible. Both buffets are the same with the exception of lunch options for those with special dietary needs. Those are located at the buffet on your left, my right, so this way. You're gonna find gluten-free and vegan meal options at the end of that buffet. So please enjoy your lunch. We're going to reconvene promptly at 12:05. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm just calling the 3-minute warning. So finish up your lunch. You don't have to, you can eat while the next presentation's happening, but go ahead and get yourself a drink, and we'll start in about 1 minute. Wow. Oh, look, everybody got quiet. Awesome. Stephanie, this is awesome. Are your panelists here? You ready? Okay, welcome back for our afternoon sessions. We'll just go ahead and get started. Again, I'm Misty Crosby. I'm your MC for today's event. I'm excited to introduce our economic impact and of community events discussion moderator, that's Stephanie Gilbert. She's the transportation planning coordinator at the Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission with her panelists to the stage. They're going to share how their events are economic drivers and tourism attractions for the region and showcase our region's unique culture. So please join me in welcoming Stephanie and our panelists to the stage. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon. We're on the downhill slide of the day. So I just want to thank the panelists for joining us. I'm traveling, and what we're going to do now is we've heard some economic development things, we've heard some tourism things. We're going to mix that all up and come up with some summer fun, good old-fashioned festivals and events, and kind of tell you a little bit about that, what's going on in these communities. So again, reminder, the app is on your table for submitting questions. So if you have questions, just go ahead and submit those as we go through the presentation, and we'll take about 20 minutes at the end to answer those. So just if you guys want to just take a few minutes and introduce yourselves. Michelle, we'll start with you. You can go ahead and tell us about yourself and about your event.
Hi, I'm Melissa Wales, and I am the executive director at Stewart's Opera House, which is a 144-year-old historic theater in Nelsonville. And we also produce the Nelsonville Music Festival, which is happening this year, July 21st through the 23rd at our wonderful new partner in presenting this at the Snow Fork Events Center.
Hi, I'm Donnie Winchell. I live in Austinburg, Ohio, which is up in Ashtabula County, and I am executive director of the Ohio Wine Producers. We have, we don't necessarily deal with county lines, so we have an area called the Grand River Valley where there are 40 wineries within 5 minutes of my house. But I do represent wineries from all across the state. There are 425 of us.
Sounds like fun.
Primary research.
My name is Robert Black. I'm a co-founder along with my wife, Julia. If you would stand up right now. This is my wife, Julia, 50 years. We co-founded the nonprofit Bony Fiddle Project in 2015. We were born and raised in Huntington, West Virginia, lived 25 years there, married early, started a family, took over a business in Middletown, Ohio, and spent the next 25 years there. Sold our business and retired to Marco Island, Florida. And after 2 years, I looked at Julia and I said, look, I've caught enough fish. I've played enough golf. I feel irrelevant, and I want to go back to work. And so we moved back to Portsmouth, Ohio, because of its proximity to Huntington and Middletown. And it was a great move for us. We figure our next 25 years are going to be in Portsmouth. We're in our third trimester, so it's time to deliver. And so after about 5 years of working, we were still working full-time. We adopted, actually, we didn't start, we adopted Final Friday and Boney Fiddle. This Friday we'll put on our 51st concert. I'm sure there'll be more opportunity to talk.
I'm Joe Croft. I guess I'm officially here to represent the First Town Days Festival in New Philadelphia, Ohio. For those of you that we've discovered today that there's a lot of distance across the state of Ohio and a lot of different corners, and we had a beautiful drive down here this morning. My wife Mindy is back there in the middle someplace. I will tell you that I've been working with the First Town Days Festival for about 18 years. We also run a summer concert series called RTY Summer Showcase at Tuscarora Park in New Philadelphia. So I kind of want to touch on all of those things. But I will tell you that I married into this in 2006 and really did not know what I was getting myself into. But it's been good. We've not been married 50 years, but going on 18 now. So it's, and we tell everybody we've been married forever and a good forever. So it's a great thing. And we're just partners. We have fun together. But she retired on me from First Town Days after 37 years. She said that was enough. But we do enjoy it. It's a great thing for the community. I don't know if anyone here, I'm hoping if you haven't been to Tuscarora Park in New Philadelphia that you find your way there sometime. But we will talk more about it. I'm sure we've got some questions coming up, and just glad to be here and share with you.
Thank you all for that. Now, if you would just take a moment and tell us about the history of your event, how it got started, what's great about it. Start, Michelle?
Sure. So the Nelsonville Music Festival started in 2005. So this year, because we missed, we missed a couple of live music festivals, but we did do a virtual Nelsonville Music Festival in 2020, which was a great partnership with the School of Media Arts and Studies here at Ohio University. For those of you wondering about Tim Peacock, he is still very much at Stewart's Opera House and involved with the festival. He was the executive director, started in 2002, and he began coming to Stewart's and putting on shows and was very successful at that. And so the Opera House hired him to be the ED. And then in 2005, he had the idea, great or not, to start a music festival. And it happened on the public square, which is beautiful. If you haven't been to Nelsonville, I definitely encourage you to come visit our square, tour the Opera House. And it was essentially as a fundraiser for the Opera House, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. So always looking for ways to generate income to fulfill our mission, which is, presenting the arts, a space for community expression, as well as arts education. And economic development is also a core piece of our mission. So the idea of using the creative economy, using music to bring people to the region, to spend their dollars when and where they can, was definitely kind of the germ, the seed of the Nelsonville Music Festival. Over the years, it grew from one day on the public square to 4 days, ending up at Hocking College. And then we had a transition this past year in 2022 when we brought the festival back from COVID. We moved to Snowfork Event Center, which is still a Nelsonville address, so we can still call it the Nelsonville Music Festival. But I joke with people that Woodstock didn't really happen in Woodstock, so there's a precedent there. It is nestled between the village of Bookdale and the Wayne National Forest, also adjacent to where a lot of the Bailey's Trail System, mountain bike trail system, is happening. So there's a lot of energy and excitement about what's happening there. So it reopened last year. In its heyday in 2019, before COVID, we were at 4 days, and we were seeing about 5,000 to 7,000 people come through the festival every day. So, and these are people local, but many of them coming from Columbus regionally, and frankly, all over the country and internationally. Because we were moving into a new venue last year, we did sort of intentionally scale it back. So we had about 3,500 people that came through over a 3-day period. It was an incredible success. We're excited to be growing into our new site, and hope you all get your weekend passes for this year.
Okay, I was asked to speak about the Geneva Grape Jamboree, and I'm going to speak about that mostly, but I'm going to add a couple of other things that are going on, because the Jamboree was the beginning of a whole series of events and activities. The pictures you're seeing on the screen are from the Jamboree, but 60 years ago, 2 high school dropout grape farmers who were very, very, very smart, Slovenians, my ethnicity, who created this idea that we needed to promote the grapes that were growing there. At that point, there were about 1,200 acres of grapes. They were going to Welshes, they were going to Smuckers, and they needed to celebrate. They started, they and their wives, this little thing called the Grape Jamboree, which now is in its 58th year because we lost 2 years because of COVID. But it attracts about 30,000 people, but it feeds an entire mindset in the community. We are Ohio wine country with those 40 wineries that I mentioned and lots of other activities that spun off, but the Grape Jamboree was the impetus for all of that to happen. Ray and Joe Gruber were the 2 fellows that were my parents' friends, and I remember as a teenager in junior high, I was typing up the attendance list because there were about 400 people that came, and now we have 30,000. It's created an image enhancement for the community. They focus on authenticity. I'm a big fan of Gilmore and Pine's Authenticity, the book. And so it gave us the foundation for what would become and what has become. And it spun off these other wineries. When they started the Jamboree, there were no wineries in the area. In 1972, 74, a couple of wineries opened up. We started off with about 5, now there are 40, which led to these wine festivals. We do a huge festival in the Grand River Valley called Vintage Ohio, which is a spin-off of the original Grape Jamboree. About 35,000 people, and it's recognized as the most dynamic in the country. We speak all over the country on how it happened. But then the wine festival led to wine trails. We have something called Tannenbaum Trail, a Christmas trail that focuses on shoulder season activities for guests to visit the wineries during the holiday season, which spun off to Wine and Bloom, which spun off to Chocolate Trails, which spun off to Turkey Trot, which is the Thanksgiving, which spun off to the Riesling Rising, which spun off to the Cask Festival, which spun off to Bubbles, we just did a Bubbles one, which spun off to the Ice Wine Festival. There are about 45,000 people that visit the wineries just for those festivals every year, but the granddaddy of all of them was the Grape Jamboree, and it taught us how to do a festival. Doing a festival well is a learned experience, and we learned from them. Once the wineries became sort of crazy in their festivals, the city of Conneaut created something called D-Day. It's a reenaction of World War II. Again, Vintage Ohio, Grape Jamboree model, the Covered Bridge Festival. But I will share, the thing that made all of this happen was that Ray and Joe Gruber had the vision to create this image development for their community. And then a gal named Betty Morrison created this thing called the Covered Bridge Festival, and Lisa McLaughlin created the thing called D-Day Festival. Our offices created all these other wine events. We learn from each other, but it's driven by a person. The personality, the strength of that person, their passion, their interest, their enthusiasm inspires whole communities. So if you think about doing festivals, you need to have a visionary leader, and that leader needs to gather support by their personal passion for making something great happen.
Thank you. Robert?
When we moved to Portsmouth, we encountered a town that had been basically devastated by the opioid crisis. We were the epicenter of the country for the opioid crisis. Loss of industry, our steel mill, our shoe factories, all left. Our tax base was shot. The town, there was a pall over the town. It was very negative. And Julia and I decided that we wanted to do something to demonstrate something for our community that was positive, starting from nothing. And so the whole thing happened kind of organically. A friend of mine posted on Facebook that she wished somebody would write a song about the historic, in case you don't know what the Boneyfiddle district is, it's the old historic district of Portsmouth, the old shopping area of Portsmouth. The buildings there are 200 plus years old. And so we actually were, not mired in the negativity that was going on. We were searching out the positives in Portsmouth. And the first 4 or 5 years we were there, that's what we did. And where to eat, where, can we go get recreation, nature. The thing that I found that was the most impressive was the music scene there. So much talent and songwriters and singers and songwriters. And, so I wrote a song called Boney Fiddle, Boney Fiddle. Come on down to Boney Fiddle, park your cars and walk a little. And it was kind of a catchy song. And what I did from there was put together a compilation, a CD called Welcome to P-Town. We have copies for sale out there. Welcome to P-Town was a compilation of local artists, original music, Appalachian music, and it was from the proceeds from the sale of that CD that we were able to form our nonprofit. Subsequently, we produced the Welcome Back P-Town CD, and it was from the proceeds of the sale of that we perpetuated the Final Friday and Boney Fiddle concert series. And when I say perpetuated, what I'm talking about is in 2014, in the fall of 2014, a couple of merchants in the Boney Fiddle district put on a little concert. They called it Final Friday and Boney Fiddle. We got about 30 people there. I emceed it, and it was really a cool event, and it kind of led us to say, okay, this is something positive that we can do for our community. So in 2015, we adopted it as a concert series, a summer series, and next Friday, or this Friday, we will put on our 51st concert, drawing thousands, tens of thousands of people to the shopping district, employing literally probably around 450 entertainers over this period of time. But what it's done, what I identified early on was that Portsmouth had lost pride, it had lost hope, and it had lost a vision. And we wanted to figure out what can we do to restore that, or at least to get it on the right track. So the second concert that we put on, we established the Boney Fiddle Beautification Award. And we would recognize and award that individual, that business, that church, residents that went above and beyond to beautify their area. And we presented them with an award, and we would bring them up on the stage, and we'd make a big deal out of it. And people were proud of that. They took pride in it. And what it did was it energized them. It gave, it let them know they were appreciated. And I think that's huge. Today, we don't give the award out anymore. There's just too much good stuff going on right now. Too many buildings being rehabilitated. We've actually accomplished what we set out to do, and the community has embraced it. And so, yeah, it's been a good thing. I'm not going to tell the whole story right now because I'm sure there's going to be questions as well. But we're pleased and proud to be residents of Portsmouth. And the other thing that I noticed is with other communities, they've been facing similar problems, and they've been working hard to do similar things. And it's important that we learn from each other and that we network with each other. So these types of events are actually very helpful for us, and I hope they're helpful for you too.
All right, Joe.
Yeah, it's to me it's really interesting to hear about some of the other festivals. First, I'll go into that more, but I'll give you a little bit of the history of the First Town Days Festival. It was began in 1976 as kind of the same thing with the bicentennial and celebration. It was originally known as, I believe it was Schönbrunn Days. It was downtown New Philadelphia, and my understanding is the following year it kind of disappeared. 2 years later, 1978, some of the same people got together, some new people got together from, again, I'll mention Tuscarora Park. Tuscarora Park is kind of central to what we do. I grew up in Coshocton, Ohio. I traveled the country as a surveyor, construction surveyor, project manager. I've heard the word mills in here at different times, steel mills, manufacturing. I was traveling the country doing a lot of work in steel mills, building steel mills and such. So I just think over the years I've worn many hats and done a lot of different things, and I consider my life kind of boring, but as I think back about it, I've probably been a lot of places and done a lot of things that, you know, a lot of people haven't. But eventually, as I came around, I met my wife in 2006, and we were married in 2006. And as I said earlier, I married into all of this. Had never been involved with volunteering for a festival, an event, concerts, any of those things. You know, I would help with things, but I didn't know what it meant to volunteer and be involved with an organization like this. So fast forward, this is our 46th year. We did cheat, and we cheated 2020, and I refused to accept 2020. It was difficult for all of us because just everything had to be closed, and people had to stay home and such. So we do a commemorative plate at First Town Days, and for that year, I think it was 2018, 2020, we did the festival that wasn't, and then the festival that was. And one of the features, the great things about Tuscarora Park, if you look at some of the slides that are popping up, we have a 95-year-old carousel that runs through the summer. That's what makes Tuscarora so incredible, is not growing up there, but giving people golf cart rides that may be visiting for a concert on Sunday night, that we do free concerts on Sunday night at the amphitheater. I'll tell people that are from out of town just visiting, you know, what a treasure it is. I've lived in New York City, I've lived in Boston, and a lot of different places, and there's nothing like it that I've ever come across anywhere. Ohio used to have all these great little parks and great little places that had rides. You know, you read through the history of some of them, and Tuscarora is that type of park where there's still kids' rides, the train, the Ferris wheel that is being rededicated this year, that actually now is just amazing. You can put a wheelchair on it. It's handicap accessible. These old rides, vintage rides that have been there forever are you know, kind of coming into the 21st century, but just an amazing place. But like I said, we kind of the two plates that I was describing, one was the festival that was, and the one that was the festival that wasn't. And it was a carousel horse that I have on. There's some of these brochures out in the hall, if anyone would like them, on Tuscarora Park. But we had a carousel horse with a mask on, and we had one with it off, welcoming people back in 2021. And it was just amazing, you know, when people came back, that they really needed that, and really needed these events. And we found out how important festivals and events can be, you know, to our communities, just to people. It's a place to socialize. Our concerts that we do, it's generally an older crowd, but we do about 18 shows during the summer, and it's a place for people to come out and not have to spend a lot of money, get an ice cream cone or a hamburger, you know, at the park, some cotton candy, come out, enjoy a free show, and just be out amongst people and socialize. So very proud of that. But as I said, this will be the 46th year. One thing I did want to mention, and Grape Jamboree is also a member. We're members of the Ohio Festivals and Events Association, OFEA, and I was on the board of OFEA for 6 years. It's a great organization, about 80 festivals, between 80 and 90 festivals across the state of Ohio. So if you get a chance, go check out OFEA.org and Ohio Festivals and Events Association. You'll find a lot of festivals on there. And something else that I did want to mention, and Grape Jamboree is great, by the way, and I really want to come to these two festivals now because I'm also a drummer, and I love my music, and now I have incentive to come down and and check these guys out, as all of you should as well. Yeah, just with Ohio Festivals and Events, being on the board, we would like to think that we were the 80 or 90 festivals in the state of Ohio, that was who it was. We had a speaker in one time that does a blog, internet blog, that he has visited, I think, every possible event, every festival that he could find in the state of Ohio. And there are literally over 2,000 festivals every year in the state of Ohio. And I just think that's amazing. They're from small firemen's festivals to Circleville Pumpkin Show up the road, Marion Popcorn Festival. Your festival is Grape Jamboree is one of the bigger festivals. They're just amazing things to go out to. My thing is they bring this is kind of about the economy of those events, but to me there's a lot more to it than that. It's what they do, bringing a sense of community to our towns, to our counties, bringing people together. First Town Days is 100% family oriented. We don't do the beer garden. A lot of festivals do, and that's okay. But our events are things like frog jumping and turtle races and sack races and music in the afternoon and fireworks. It's 4th of July festival. So 4 or 5 days, if you're looking for a place to come spend the 4th of July, head on up to New Philadelphia, Amish country. It's just a great area. And from the economic standpoint, I'm sure we're going to get asked some questions. That's just a bonus.
Thank you all. I don't know about you guys, but I think I have added some to-do items to my summer list. So these all sound really great. Melissa, you talked about moving the festival in 2022. Can you tell us about some of the endeavors, of moving the festival to a new location?
Sure. So, we had a great home at Hawking College and sort of I won't say a turnkey event, but we had been doing it there for years and appreciated the infrastructure and everything that was available to us there. But this became an opportunity for us to stabilize our festival in an incredibly beautiful natural space. So I said it's about 240, 250 acres. It is also abandoned mine land. So we have documentation that there were coal mines there, at least 2 active coal mines. And so for me, to think about the power of the creative economy to come in to a space like that and transform it into, a space for artistic expression and music and, appreciation for the incredible natural resources that we have in this region was incredibly exciting to both Tim and me to go out there and sort of envision what we could transform this abandoned, mine land into. Excitingly, there is funding that we're exploring to be able to develop reclaimed mine land for economic revitalization in the region. So that's something that we're exploring as we imagine. Right now, it's pretty much an open field. We do have electricity there, so that was one of the challenges. We ran the Nelsonville Music Festival last year on generators. I don't recommend that, and we'll never do that again. But we made it work, and so we have a great partner in the landowner, and so we are working to get just to improve the infrastructure while also keeping the sort of aesthetic of the natural beauty. Yeah.
All right, sounds great. Donnie, I recently learned that Ashtabula County produces over 50% of Ohio's grapes. Can you share more about the economic impact of the wine industry there?
Sure. Economic impact is driven. In 1970, there was a headline in the local Ashtabula paper. And the headline was, Ashtabula County and Adams County have the highest unemployment in the state. We were at 17.1%. We are now driven by the wine community. These festivals help, okay? And we can't find anybody to work, okay? Because the wineries have driven incredible amounts of activity. Just if you're interested in this festival thing and maybe you don't have a winery, but actually there's a winery within 35 minutes of every resident. So you can take advantage of the wineries. I'm going to give a talk tomorrow, about using wineries as a hook. But anyway, that's another talk. But with these festivals, if you can put together a 2-day event, an overnight visitor to a festival area spends approximately $343 a person. So my advice to you is try and create a multi-day event. They spend about $115 a day for a single trip, so per person for a single day. But the festivals and the wineries are worth a lot more than that. They are worth overnight guests. There are now about, I think, 600 and some overnight accommodations in Ashtabula County. There were no hotels except one very ramshackle Motel 6 that's now down. We now have a lodge that attracts 98% occupancy in the summer, about 65% occupancy in the off-season. The average room rate is about $380 a night, and they are full. There are 3 more hotels that were built in this last year. We have been identified as a wine country. There's 346 properties. I'm incorrect, 346 properties. But it does more than that. I have a friend who traveled to California and was visiting Corvell, a big champagne house. And she said when she was there, I'm from Geneva. We have wineries. And the tour guide said, what? You grow wine? You grow grapes in Ohio? She was irritated. I don't use a bad word. Okay, she came home and just ranted and raved, wrote letters to the editor, got everybody together. Corvell probably has fewer bottles of sparklers sold in Ohio than pretty much anywhere in the rest of the United States. We have day trippers, but not only do they do the wineries and not to do the festivals, but they bicycle along the lake. There's all kinds of property renovations. Larry and I bought a ramshackle $20,000 shack that was basically standing on three walls. I thought the thing was going to collapse on him. We have 3 cottages up there, and we are getting $1,800 a week for Geneva on the Lake cottages, and we are full all season. And there are hundreds and hundreds of these that are happening. These festivals, these events, these wineries, these community, regional, identifiable activities draw dollars from outside investors. You cannot buy a house in Geneva on the Lake now they probably started at 130, and there was one up the street from us that sold for 350. There's this tremendous pride community, and there's those bragging rights I talked about, but there are also jobs. There are 4,600 jobs in Ashtabula County directly related to tourism. We are the 3rd largest industry after manufacturing and agriculture. And it all started with the Grape Jamboree. It all became from the passion that those folks evolved. And we're not bringing in just hamburger flippers to our jobs. We are, our winemakers are making $100,000 a year. Our hotel managers are making close to that in some cases. We are keeping our young people involved. Larry and my husband and I have a little go-kart track up at the lake. I just hired my 97th teenager this week, just for the summer season. So all of this began with this passion that Joe and Ray Gruber had to do something to identify this as wine country. It turns into real dollars, real economic impact. If you have festivals, you need to build around them and make them a focal point for what you're doing.
I'm really surprised at the dollar amount that you gave that's spent per person per day, because I'm pretty sure my kids spend that 3 or 4 times over just in food when we go to a festival.
No kidding. Come to Adventure Zone. Come to the arcade. We'll take your money. Okay.
But that's what they're for, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So, all right. Robert, tell us about the selection process for the Governor's Award for Community Development and Participation and what it meant to receive that recognition.
Well, the selection process, you have to be recommended for it. Somebody has to nominate you, and there's a nomination process. And in our case, it was someone who had worked very close with us, was an employee of mine early on, and saw what we put into it. And so the process involved getting 5 letters of support of that nomination from the community. We were actually nominated twice, and we were the second time we were nominated. We were headed out to visit family out west, and we were at the Cincinnati airport, and my telephone rang, and the lady says, "This is Donna Collins of the Ohio Arts Council. Are you sitting down?" And I said, "No, Donna, we're getting ready to get on a plane." She says, "Well, you have won the Ohio Governor's Award for Community Development and Participation through the Ohio Arts Council." It was a great flight out west. It was a great flight. Didn't look at it so much as an achievement. It was more just an acknowledgement, an appreciation I looked at it almost like the Bodie Fiddle Beautification Award. It's nice to get some recognition. The whole process was great. Going to the Athenaeum in Columbus and the awards process and all the wonderful people there, it's kind of reminiscent of what we're doing here today. It was, yeah, that's cool.
That's great. Joe, I know when we talked earlier, you were talking about how you use the festival to promote other community resources. I know we talked about exchange students and having people there promoting that. How do you guys do that, and you know, kind of what purpose does that serve?
Well, I'll be honest with you. That is actually something. Out of all the years that First Town Days has been around, I took over as president 5 years ago, and going through COVID and all that, just kind of getting back on our feet last year. One of the things that's been on my heart to do for a long time was, and we just literally just set up a tent, put some tables in it. What we've done in the past is we've offered to people in the community to come out to our festival and to talk to people and to set up a tent, have conversations with people, because we felt that was important to the community. You could just never pull it off because so many organizations really don't have the staffing. They're small, 1 or 2 people, and to ask them to come out for 4 days or 5 days, depending on the year when the 4th falls, they just couldn't staff it. So somebody mentioned to me that, you know, why don't we just share a tent with these people? So that's exactly what we did. I got a tent lined up. We brought some tables in. I called a meeting, invited people with some of the different organizations around New Philadelphia, Tuscarawas County, to come in and talk to me and see if we could come up with an idea exactly how to do this. But literally, we just set up tables. We hung some banners on the front of the tables. We had the first and probably most important to me right now personally, we invited Friends of the Homeless. They're in New Philadelphia. They're in process of trying to find a new location, which anybody that's been involved with homeless shelters knows that that's not always the easiest thing to do. They're down to, I think, their fifth location of trying to find a place to rebuild. Even though they have the support and the funding, just finding that place is difficult. So I invited them to come out so that maybe people could learn and meet the people, the faces behind that, to have some direct conversation about it. So they came out. Mindy and I have had, we finally got a house back, you know, after 17 years. First time we've had our house to ourselves. We've taken kids in. We've had foreign exchange students. Between the two of us, we have 8 kids. You just need a catalog or a program. But that being said, there was a gentleman that represented one of the programs for foreign exchange students and came to us at First Town Days, wanted to talk to people, and we said at that time we really couldn't let him. Well, last year he brought those 5 kids to us. Last year we invited him to come out and talk to people, hang the banner, tell them what foreign exchange students were all about. We had New Beginnings, which is a drug and alcohol rehabilitation program. Big Brothers, Big Sisters is coming this year. The only parameters that I've really set on it is that no offense to anybody that might be in politics here, but I really don't want politics involved. My faith is very important to me. My church is very important to me, but this is not a church event. It is strictly to let people that can benefit people in our own community, give them a venue and give them a space to talk to people and be known.
I know in our office we've used festivals several times when we're doing through the planning process and we need public input. It's a great way to get out there and really talk to people. A lot of times you can't get people to come to a specific event maybe in your office, but if you can go out to the festival or the fair, you can really get some good information and some good feedback from people. So that's a great idea that you guys do that. I'm just going to go down the line. I'll just start with you, Joe, this time. Tell me, if I'm coming to your event, what is the one thing that that I need to see. I'm going to just, it's a complete waste of time if I don't do or see this one thing.
Yeah, we kind of talked about that briefly, touched on it before, and it's really a hard thing for me to qualify exactly what that is. But Tuscarora Park, I think as a whole, just to know that there's parks like that that really take you back maybe 50 years to what things were like. I think that's the thing that we really want people to see. We want people to see the values, kind of the hometown values of New Philadelphia, Tuscarawas County, and that's what First Town Days really represents. All of those things. Like I said, my favorite, even though it's not our biggest draw, when you see the kids or see pictures of kids out with frogs in their hands and doing a frog jumping or turtle race. I mean, that really takes us all back to something that, just doesn't exist a lot of places anymore.
If you've ever been to Portsmouth, please come. We have a half a mile of murals on the wall, the flood wall. In 1937, there was a devastating flood. Some of these historic buildings that I've talked to you about had water up into the second floor. The downtown is separated from the Ohio River by the flood wall. And some leaders 35 years ago had the vision to create a panel on the flood wall. And there was quite a bit of resistance to that. I think it had a hard time catching on. And they hired or commissioned Robert Dafford, who is a world-renowned muralist. And he came in and he did a mural on one of the panels of the flood wall. And when they unveiled that, the community was just astounded. And it coalesced the community around, let's continue this. And so our entire flood wall, and we're still continuing it, our entire flood wall is of the history of Portsmouth. Going back to the mound builders and even before, our children, our young people in Scioto County know their history, and they know it because of the wall. And so I would come and I would tour the wall, and what we did is we found a permanent location and branded it. It's called Three Bridges. It's in the floodplain, so it's outside of the flood wall. It's one of the few areas in Portsmouth where you actually have a view of the Ohio River. And the reason we call it Three Bridges is because you can see the two bridges that span over into Kentucky, and then we're at the foot of the 2nd Street Bridge. And we named it Three Bridges and branded it, and by golly, you can Google it, and you can Google map it now. It's an actual place. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful view, one of the most beautiful sunsets that you'll ever see happen at Three Bridges. I would say that's something that you'd want to do. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the #1 day destination tourist attraction in Ohio.
I represent the wineries, and wine is an alcoholic beverage. So a couple of options. If you're going to come to the Grape Jamboree, it's the last week in September, I would suggest you run through the downtown, watch the parades, do all the festival stuff, and then take a drive out to South River Road into Doty Road, roll the windows down, and take in a deep breath. The aroma of ripening grapes is magical, absolutely magical. And then while you're out there, if you're an adult, and if wine is okay for you, not everybody should drink, you will find the opportunity to taste dry, sweet, red, white, and everything in between. So there's an opportunity to explore. It's a journey of exploration to sort of to test your palate in a non-intimidating environment. Walk into the winery and say, I like dry or sweet, I like red or white, and they will help you find something that you can explore and fall in love with.
I'm sold. Stewart's Opera House, sort of front and center in our mission is arts education. And we're very proud of the fact that we make our educational opportunities accessible and oftentimes free for kids from our region to participate. Our sort of flagship program is our after-school music program, which is sort of all about, well, you saw School of Rock on the slide here, which was a wonderful collaboration between our AMP band, the Nelsonville York Drama Club, which Stewart's Opera House, as a 501c3 nonprofit, underwrites the Nelsonville York High School Drama Club. They would not have a drama club if Stewart's were not paying for the instructors to do that program. We're very proud of that. So School of Rock was a wonderful collaboration between our AMP bands, so they were the musicians in the School of Rock, the musical. It's a great film if you haven't seen it. As long as a partnership with ABC Players, which is our community theater partner. At the Nelsonville Music Festival, so the purpose of the after-school music program is to give kids an opportunity to be creative, to be inspired, to learn from each other, to learn social skills, to grow as human beings, to gain confidence through the act of practicing and learning music and that sort of artistic collaboration and experience. We went through an incredibly successful capital campaign about 6 years ago, right before I started working there. And through that renovation and expansion, we created a dedicated third-floor education center with a recording studio, with instruments. Everything is there for the kids of our community to come in and engage with the creative process. A highlight for definitely the staff of Stewart's, and I think a lot of people who come to the music festival, is that we give them a stage. Our AMP band they're on the lineup. So it's typically on a Saturday morning, typically at what we call the porch stage. For those of you that know, we have 3 different stages at our current festival. And those kids get a chance to be on a lineup with, Lucinda Williams, Japanese Breakfast, Death Cab for Cutie, whoever it is, and get up there on stage and perform for the community. And, we're all there as the staff just bawling because it's just so incredible to see those kids sort of light up on our stage. So don't miss that.
I'm glad you mentioned that. That was one of the questions I wanted to ask you about, because when we had talked about that, I thought that was just amazing that the kids get that opportunity to do that. So I'm glad you mentioned that.
That brings all their families too.
Yeah.
Yes.
That gets the crowd out. We do a similar thing at Final Friday. So yeah, it's and it involves the whole community. So it's great.
All right, we're going to take some questions from the audience now.
Can I take a point of personal preference here for a second?
Uh-huh.
I'm a history major, and I fully believe that if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. And I need to say that I am so incredibly privileged to sitting in this building named after George Weinberg. When I started, I knew nothing about politics at all, and he had been in office about 2 weeks, and we sent a news release to his office saying, by the way, he's Slovenian too, his mom was anyway, and that we were doing this little wine conference up in Geneva, well actually Austerberg, Ohio. He came the second week he was in office to a little tiny room in a Hampton Inn with 12 seats after he'd been in office for 2 weeks. I didn't know how special that very was, but he was an amazing supporter of our industry. He was an amazing supporter of the state, and I'm honored to be here because it's named after him. Thank you. He's a great guy.
All right, so Eli Cole with Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission, no favoritism here, but he asked, for any panelist member, have you seen an increase in attendance since the return from 2020, and do you attribute that to individuals wanting to get out and connect with people again? If you saw an increase, how did you adapt?
We advertised social distancing on 30 acres. There were Farmers First, and everything else around us was closed. West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, New York. And so we worked really hard at creating a really good, positive experience. Attendance exploded at all of our events, and because we did a good job, I think we did a good job, we've seen lots more faces from a lot more places. So it gave us the opportunity to build an industry, as difficult as COVID was for everybody.
Interestingly enough, in 2020, we had concerts. What I found was that our health department came under fire from about every direction that they could come from. People wanted to have events, and churches, civic leaders, whatever, and it was a tough job for our health director at the time, and I thought she handled it quite well, but I would call her up once a week and I would say, Belinda, I hope you're having a good day. I know you're catching a lot of flack right now. And so I kind of ingratiated myself to her in those respects. And we have a large venue too, at least it's large for us. It's about the size of a football field. And so we had one virtual concert, which was really cool, but I would line the field with stripes, like a football field. And every 10 feet, I would have a line, and I would have hash marks on the line to accommodate 2, 3, 4, or 5 people. And a lot of people had circles and do all that stuff eventually, but we ended up having a couple of concerts in 2020. I won't say they were well attended, but we had, they were attended. But I'm still finding that people are hesitant to go out. We're getting our crowds back, and that's good, but there's still the impact of COVID has had a permanent impact on some people, I think. If music doesn't get them out, I don't know what will. What about you, Joe?
Yeah, I think, and I mentioned it earlier, we had, with our concerts, summer show, RTY Summer Showcase at the amphitheater there, when we came back, there was some people that were a little bit hesitant, kind of feeling their way back out, but the people that did come out, they were so starved for something to do because, again, our crowds for those concerts are older, and that is kind of their place that they're able to socialize. The festival, we probably had one of our best years ever, and we were not able to pull every little thing together. There was a few things that we didn't do just to be, to err to, side of precaution, but our crowds were great, and I think just being back out there, people realize how much they missed it and how important it is to be able to have these things.
Yeah, I'll just add that, for Stewart's Opera House, which is at sold-out capacity, is about 450, 460 seats. So when we began reopening, boy, that was a wild ride. With, we would sometimes have to accommodate artists' expectations. Like we had our COVID policy, and then as things started to relax, or CDC, we're kind of following those guidelines, but then we would have an artist, that we would book that would say, I want everybody masked and vaccinated. So then we'd have to, kind of pivot to accommodate that, and then, kind of manage that from a customer service perspective of like, hey, if you want to see this artist, this is this is how you're going to do it. I would say, early on it was slow getting people back into the Opera House, and also we found that we would sell a certain number of tickets, and then we would have maybe 20, sometimes 30% no-shows, So, and people would not ask, thankfully they wouldn't ask for a refund, It was sort of like, okay, keep it as a donation. We don't know, what it was psychologically, actually a health, issue thing. But we did see that trend for, a good part of 2022. There's a slide in this show of the Columbus Symphony Orchestra, which we were thrilled to have. They've been coming for several years now to play at the Opera House. In 2022, December, I think that was the first time I kind of felt like it was, normal, which we all hate that word now, but it was sold out. There were 50 musicians on our stage. There was a choir in the orchestra pit. Santa showed up. And it was a sold out show. More people than I've ever experienced in the Opera House. So that was exciting. And yeah, we're still kind of moving through it. We've had continue to see spikes, and it's you've got to pay attention to your staff and your volunteers, and just ensuring that we continue to move through this as safely and conscious of everybody's health and well-being is still something we have to pay attention to.
Okay, from Mackenzie Kaczarski, she wanted to know about the funding that you use. We know that you guys have free passes for people who live in Nelsonville and Buckle. How do you guys subsidize that?
Yeah, so we, I've talked about, Stewart's is very much cognizant of the fact that Athens is one of the, most economically challenged counties in the state. And we don't want to be this elitist organization or festival that, is just not accessible for the people of our community, that does not resonate with our mission or how we want to operate. It's tricky, and for those of us, who are not in the festival business, it's incredibly expensive to put a multi-day music festival on, and it's only gotten increasingly worse coming out of COVID. I think I was just talking to our team, and I think the Porta-Johns are like double what they were, in 2019. Like, it's just, things get exponentially just more challenging. Insurance, all the kinds of things that you need to security. So we build a festival budget that is, paying attention to making sure our weekend passes aren't too expensive. We know they have to go up because everything's going up. And we also are, seek out sponsorships. So we work, we enjoy local foundation and regional foundation support for what we do, and also local and regional corporate sponsors and individuals who say, you know what, I want to give you money because this festival has an incredible impact on our community, and we want to be a part of it. We want to be partners in ensuring that the Nelsonville Music Festival continues and is viable for the Opera House, doesn't sort of break our budget in our ability to put that on. So we make sure that weekend passes are free for residents of Nelsonville and Buchtel, and also kids 12 and under. And we do that in a variety of ways of ensuring that we build a budget that is supportive of that.
All right, Carmen DeVoe would like to know about the future of your festivals. We have about 10 minutes left. So for each of you, where do you see the future of your festival going as far as growth, impact, any future plans? You want to start, Joe?
Sure. Well, the first thing I want to say this real quick. I'm gleaning this from some of the other information. I don't know where everybody in here came from. I probably don't know very many people here, but wherever you came from in Ohio, it's almost a sure bet that you have a festival of some description close to you. And as we were saying down here on the end just a minute ago, was that organizers, the sponsorships, corporate sponsorships, individual sponsorships, those are all desperately needed by all of our festivals. There are some that are well organized. Some may even have professional, from your CVBs or from the city, the community, the governments there may have some support, but not all of these festivals do. So reach into your pockets, go talk to them, find out how they're organized, how they can use your help, because they're literally bringing millions of dollars into your communities and into your backyards. So help them out if you can as well. That being said, the festivals, our festival is strictly volunteer, and it's a very difficult thing as time goes on to bring people in as volunteers to help with these things. I've told somebody here recently I haven't had a summer in 18 years because of what we do. We've missed things with grandchildren and family, all over the country, all over the world. So they need your support. We need your support. From the standpoint of First Town Days, one of the things that I've tried to instill is that we need to get younger. We need more involvement, not less. We've been a great family for a number of years, people just doing what they knew they needed to do year after year. A lot of those people have gone by the wayside and have retired and have stepped away, and finding people to replace them is difficult. What I'm trying to do is bring younger in, and not that I'm not young, right? I'm 68, look like Santa Claus. This is just about it for me, but we need people to carry on these traditions, and I think these guys will tell you the same thing. They need people behind them, and they need your support.
I would go back to Mackenzie and your question, and I would like to compliment you and your staff on the job that you've done with this event. It's pretty cool. I'd also like to thank Gina Collinsworth for inviting us to be a part of this. We're honored to be a part of this. we've had very few grants. We have been able to coalesce the business community behind our event. And one of the slides that was up there showed our very first event. And if you noticed, it was a car trailer, and there were 6 sponsors, $50 sponsors. Our budget was $300 on our first concert. Julie and I both have backgrounds in sales. We've been in sales all of our lives. And she is responsible for getting sponsorships. And in January, February, and March, she's out calling on businesses. And we provide all levels of sponsorships, from $1,000, $10,000, $75. It doesn't matter. We want you to be a part of it. So we have an option for every level of sponsor. And I tell people, if you want to get rid of Julia when she's soliciting for sponsorships, say yes. Because she will come back, and she's pervasive about it. And now, today, she goes in, and hey, it's that time of year again. They welcome her in because they see what we've accomplished over time. But I think getting the business community behind it has been important. And they turn out, too, for our events as well. So the future of our event, I don't know, we're not getting any younger. We keep trying to simplify what we do to make it easier. And at some point, there's got to be an exit strategy. So we're looking for the next generation maybe to take over, do what we're doing. So
I think the festival genre across the board nationally has diminished. People are not spending nearly as much time at festivals. So I think keeping it vibrant, keeping it new. I give a lot of talks on generational marketing and finding ways to appeal to these Zs, creating things that are using QR codes, communication, all kinds of things. So I think if we're going to make the festivals grow, we have to add new attractions, we have to add new events, we have to appeal to a younger generation, and I concur wholeheartedly. The biggest problems are price increases and the lack of volunteers. So a way to reimburse or to compensate people who might be interested with a passion that will work, but either don't have the time or the inclination to be a volunteer. Those are our biggest problems, I think. We need to reinvent the event. There's a book called Blue Water Strategy, and he talks about the American circus. It died. But look at what has happened with Cirque du Soleil, reinventing. Look at golf for a time it was struggling. Look what's happened with Top Golf. We need to take Top Golf, we need to take Cirque du Soleil and superimpose those attitudes, those opinions, those directions on our festivals to keep them fresh.
Yeah, so Tim Peacock always says, if people keep coming, we'll keep doing this. And I think you, to your point of speaking, getting the younger generation, and Tim and I are the same age, so we're like early 50s, Gen Xers. He has an incredible sense of aesthetic in curating the Nelsonville Music Festival as well as shows at Stewart's. But he also is paying attention to what's up and coming, right? What are the Zs and the millennials? What's their thing? What's going to bring them out to the Nelsonville Music Festival? And so, oftentimes my generation and older, might look at the lineup and be like, well, I don't know most of the artists there. But the thing about the Nelsonville Music Festival, before I was working there and I would go there, and so many people that I know that would go, it was this music festival of discovery, like you'd kind of wander to the boxcar stage or, to the porch stage and find your next favorite, musical artist or band. So I think, yes, definitely we need to keep it fresh. We need to we never take it for granted, right? That people are going to want to buy tickets to come to the Nelsonville Music Festival. And if they don't, that's an incredible impact economically on the Opera House and the region. Volunteering, that's incredibly important. That's, the only reason that Stewart's Opera House can afford to put on the Nelsonville Music Festival is we have 550 people who volunteer through the course of 4 days. They sign up to do 2 or 3 shifts. We give them a break if they do 2 of the late night shifts, which nobody wants to do. If they do 2 of those, they get a free pass to the festival. Otherwise, it's 3. We're really lucky in that we're actually, I think, pretty close to being at capacity for this year's festival. But yeah, without that volunteer, labor, there's no way that we could put on an event of this size. And yeah, I just want to thank the organizers, the Mackenzie, and everybody for inviting me to be on this panel, and really enjoyed hearing from the rest of you and about your events.
Thank you guys very much. So I think a couple things that we've gotten out of this is, one, we need to mark our calendars for these great events, look around for our local festivals and support those, and find a way to volunteer if you can. I mean, it sounds like that's what is needed for each of these festivals. So with that, if we could, let's give our panelists a hand. Thank you all very much.
Wow, what a great session. Theaters, live music, wine, history, we have it all in Appalachia. So check out some of these great communities and these great events, and visit those if you can. So now it's time to move into our final session of the day. It's revitalizing downtown districts. Please give a warm welcome to our presenters. We have Jennifer Tinkler, Executive Director of Marietta Main Street, Tammy Alejandro, Director of the Greater Chillicothe and Ross County Development, Brennan Dudley, the Village Administrator for Byesville, Ohio, and Stephanie Dyer, Environmental Program Manager for Eastgate Regional Council of Governments. And they're going to be joined by Jada Riley. She's the Development Specialist for Buckeye Hills Regional Council, and she's going to moderate the Q&A segment. So please join me in welcoming these folks to the stage. Thank you. Last but not least, Jada.
Well, hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us this late in the afternoon. My name is Jada Riley. I am a development specialist for Buckeye Hills Regional Council. My main area of focus is EDA. And as we know in our region, downtown revitalization is crucial to economic development. So I'm pleased to be moderating the panel today with these experts. Each of our panelists will present their slides, and then we'll have a quick Q&A after their presentations. So I will hand it off to Jen Tinkler of Marietta Main Street to start us off.
Thank you, Jada. Like she said, I'm Jen Tinkler from Marietta Main Street. I do want to give a small little plug. This is our 10th anniversary. And what that means is, thanks to Heritage Ohio, this is our 10th year of being nationally accredited with Main Street America. It's not easy. You just don't get a plaque saying it's 10 years. There's a lot of stuff you have to go through. So a huge thank you to Heritage Ohio for allowing us and helping us get to that point. I'm here today to speak about 3 things that Marietta does and does well, in my opinion. We have an excellent public art committee, and we have several murals and sculptures downtown that people from actually all over the country have called me about to hear about. The latest was as far as Wisconsin. So, and I had Main Street Portsmouth and Bloom at Marietta a week ago, walking around taking pictures of all the murals. I'm also going to talk about our First Fridays and what that has brought economically to our downtown, and I'm going to talk about the Harmer Bridge. Our public art, we want to enhance and enliven downtown Marietta's public spaces. So what they do is we do temporary and permanent 2D and 3D sculptures throughout downtown. A variety of themes can be used. We have some whimsical, we have some historical, we have some educational. This one you see here is our, I forgot the name of it, historical photo music mural series that the Special Collections Library at Marietta College let us use. Sarah Rosenstock designed this, and it's on the side of one of our buildings, and it depicts Marietta all the way back to the early settlers was Rufus Putnam, and it goes all the way up to the most recent, well, not most recent flood, but the latest big flood in 1937. From an educational perspective, this is the Ohio River mural in the Putnam Street Tunnel along our bike path. This was designed by 4 of our local artists, and that showing there is Bobby Rosenstock. He's the chair of our Public Art Committee. And they got information and worked really closely with Ohio Wildlife Islands River Refuge. So everything you see in that tunnel is accurate in terms of flora and fauna of what you will find in the Muskingum and the Ohio River. This is where it gets fun. The murals that we have, when you drive down the street, that you can see are historical and are relevant to the area and to the community. And then we get in the back alleys, and this is where we just have fun with it. This is a collaborative mural series. There were 15 artists, and it wrapped around the building and into a parking garage, and they each got to design their own thing. This is a picture of Alex Northrup and Sarah and Bobby Rosenstock designing that one there on the front of that building. So like I said, we have a lot of different themes that go along with those, but we like to incorporate as many artists as possible in our public art. The way we do that is we have a new mural series coming up on Post Street along the bike path, and we needed 6 sculptures artists to put on the 3 sculptures. We're going to do them front and back. We needed 6 pieces of art, and we got 92 submissions. So we reached out to any artist, any age, within 90 miles of Marietta. And we ended up with 92 submissions. And that's super hard to pick 6 from 92. But the good thing with that is every 3 years we will rotate artists. So in 3 years we'll have to go through probably another 92. But it keeps everybody engaged, and it gives the public an opportunity to participate. Our First Fridays we've been doing for 5 to 6 years. And what that is, it's on the first Friday of every month from 5 to 9, and the stores stay open late, and we theme them. So each one has a theme, and the shops get involved, the community gets involved. Our standard, in April, we have our peep show, which is the little marshmallow peeps. We make sculptures out of those. Each shop can do that, and people come from all over to see those. That's in the upper right-hand corner. One of the members of our Public Art Committee and the Historic Hummer Bridge company membership did a replica of the Historic Hummer Bridge out of peeps. The peeps were the water, and then all the peeps for the bridge were 3D printed at BB2C's Makerspace. So a lot of the shops get involved with that. We hold a lot of activities on the Armory lawn for First Friday. We do sponsorships for that, so we normally have, that was a larger event. We normally have 8 to 10 businesses, sponsors on the Armory lawn, and that brings people to the Army. That we have a kids zone where you bring your kids and they do free activities and crafts, and that brings the families to the Armory lawn, and you see that in the bottom left-hand corner. The bottom right-hand corner, this last winter we did a flight night, and a lot of people, when I think flights, I immediately go to beer and wine. But our shops took a spin on that as well. Our local coffee shop did flights of lattes and cupcakes. A lot of our shops did a flight, buy 3 pairs of socks, get a 4th free, or buy 3 garden flags, get a 4th free. Anything that you could put together in a flight. We've also done, we do our Moonlight Madness in December, and that one runs from 5 to 11. And all the shops are open late, and they do discounts, and we put the Toys for Tots train on the Armory lawn, and people bring all of their toys for that, and the kids really like that. We try to make it as family friendly as possible. That way we get more people downtown, and the shop owners really embrace that. A lot of them really look forward to First Fridays because that's where they want to make their month's rent. If they can make their month's rent on First Friday, then the rest of the month is just smooth sailing from there. And a lot of them do that and then some. That's another, we had the classic car show on the Armory lawn one year. We do anything we can to bring business to downtown. Okay, the Hummer Bridge. This is really what people like to hear about. As you know, the bridge has been closed for several years, and that on the left is a view of what the bridge looks like now. Unfortunately, the view on the right is what it really looks like when you're up close. The superstructure is in pretty bad shape, and we just had the inspections done. I say we because I'm on the board for the Harmer Bridge Company. We just had the pier inspections done and an inspection of the superstructure to see where we can go with the bridge. And while the piers are perfectly sound, the superstructure is not. And so what we are doing now is we are continuing with the inspections, and we have come up with 2 designs that could be our next Harmer Bridge. But before I reveal those, I'd like to talk about the impact that the closing of that bridge had on Marietta. More importantly, the impact that it had on historic Harmer Village. If you've been to Marietta, we are divided by the Muskingum River, and that bridge was the easiest way to get from one side to the other, especially for walking traffic. So when that bridge closed, we noticed a decline in the business in the historic Harmer Village because people could not get easily from one to the other. So they would have to go up and around on the Putnam Street Bridge, which if you are walking or you are in a mobilized wheelchair or you struggle physically to travel, you didn't travel over to the historic Harmer side. So a lot of those shops were now sitting empty, and the owners had to just pack up and leave. Okay. These pictures are a little hard to see, but we have come up with 2 design options of what the bridge will look like. On the left, it's hard to tell, but it's an open deck look. Well, if you can see in that tree on the left is the swing span of the bridge. That will stay as is. Well, it'll be rehabbed, but that swing span has to be able to turn like it does now. So that part will just be rehabbed and will be back into working order. The rest of the bridge will be an open bridge concept. The picture on the right it looks similar to what we have today from far away. When you get closer, you'll notice that it's not the same look. It doesn't have the rivets. It doesn't have the charm to it that the bridge does now. So to say that it is a historical representation is not 100% accurate. So those are the two new designs, and we will be revealing one of those soon as to which one will be the next design of the bridge. That's all I have.
Hi, everyone. I'm a child of Appalachia, but I was raised in Ross County, so I say it like a northerner, but it still counts. I'm Tammy Elinardo, and I'm the Director of Greater Chillicothe Ross County Development. And I was invited to come today to talk to you about the success that the city of Chillicothe is achieving. And I'm extremely humbled to do that. One of the assets that Chillicothe has is a large group of leaders that all work together toward the same goal, and that's improving the city of Chillicothe. Some of them are here today, and rather than chance missing someone, I just want to say thank you to those that are here, and thank you for working with the rest of us to make Chillicothe a better place. Now, I have a script, and it's not because I can't think of anything to say about Chillicothe. It's because my passion is Ross County workforce, the city of Chillicothe, and small town living. And if I go rogue, I'm going to talk forever. So we're going to go by the script. Why are we on that slide? Let's go back. Okay, this is where we start. So architecture can be the anchor of a healthy downtown district. It defines a city's character. It leaves an impression on your residents and your visitors and provides a shared sense of community, and this is the story of Chillicothe. In 1974, Chillicothe City Council recognized the importance of our architecture, and they adopted a design review ordinance to protect our structures from demolition and architectural changes that could damage the historic accuracy of our downtown. So if you know Chillicothe, you recognize this building as the Carlisle Building. And it didn't always look like this. In 2003, it was gutted by an arson fire. It sat in disrepair for 30 years before the fire, and it became a target for vandals. And the Design Review Board, the Design Review Ordinance, protected that structure for us for 12 years until a plan finally came together to restore it. So that's what it looks like now. So the solution to this building was, it was stabilized and preserved by Historic Chillicothe, which was a local preservation group. Adena Health System stepped up to become the anchor tenant in the building. The Chesler Group was a contractor that was experienced in historic preservation and tax credits. And Jobs Ohio came in with a revitalization grant and a low-interest loan to help us fill the gap. After that building was renovated, we started to see things happen in the downtown. And the next renovation was, if you see in the bottom lower corner, that's what it used to look like. It was the old Adena Theater at the corner of 4th and Paint Street. And now that building houses Paper City Coffee. The first floor is a coffee house and a popular gathering place. This thing is moving on its own. I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep backing up to where I need it to be. It's a popular gathering space with an urban-style loft apartment area on the top and an Airbnb on the upper floors. You're going to see more about the Airbnb in a minute. Wow. The local developers leveraged 100% 15-year property tax abatement through a community reinvestment area to begin their project. And along the side in the back of the building is the Mighty Children's Museum. They offer activities year-round that give families a reason to be in the downtown. The second CRA project that we experienced was the renovation of a large 4-story bank building that sits at the intersection right across the street from the Carlisle Building. And this now houses 50 West Brewery. The upper floors are not yet renovated, and there is some talk about maybe a co-working space or some loft-style apartments. The creation of our Main Street affiliate was a real game changer for us. The group is called Downtown Chillicothe, and it propelled the district to a new level. Some of their early accomplishments were improving wayfinding signage and working with City Council to enact DORA legislation, which is a designated outdoor refreshment area, which means that you can walk around town with a drink in your hand and enjoy the stores. It's a gallery feel. Most importantly, Downtown Chillicothe brought to the district a new group of volunteers that hadn't been involved before. They're organizing events such as Sand in the Streets Volleyball that brings competitors and fans from across the nation. This daytime volleyball tournament is followed by a beach party at night, so that's a real attractant. See all the sand in front of our courthouse? That's a big effort that's fun to watch, and it's clean on Monday morning, so it's an amazing thing to watch. Once Chillicothe had a few successful renovations and more activity was in the district, we caught the attention of outside developers who invested in new construction on a lot that borders the district and had been vacant for more than 40 years. Today, it's the Fort Collective. The anchor tenant is Roast Coffee, and there's co-working space and open-air retail shops inside. Did you know that Chillicothe is home to the world's largest Kenworth truck plant? It's something we're very proud of, and in 2022, we began a new tradition to celebrate this manufacturer. Last year, we had 56 trucks from 28 different states, and this year, we have a surprise at the end of the parade. So it's June 17. The parade starts at 8:45. Come to the district and see what we have in store for this year. We're celebrating the 100-year anniversary of the Kenworth truck brand this year, so it's going to be a big deal. Restaurants are a key component to any successful downtown, and Chillicothe currently has 22 places to eat. The Poorhouse at Machinery Hall brought another boarded-up structure back to life and recently added a second-floor deck on the back. This building had been boarded up for more than 40 years. Now it's the home of E.M. Smith Jewelers. This renovation brought a popular retailer from the commercial district into the downtown and boosted our downtown foot traffic. To make it easier to navigate downtown, the city of Chillicothe purchased a trolley. There are various stops throughout the district and Yaktangi Park, and the route brings hotel guests from our hotel district into the downtown every Tuesday night. In addition to our local hotels, overnight guests now have many new Airbnbs in the downtown. From historic homes to upper-level loft apartments, these accommodations make your stay in Chillicothe extra special. Downtown Chillicothe is alive again with rallies, 5K runs, concerts, festivals, pub crawls, and a weekly community bike ride for young and old that has seen more than 130 riders. But with success comes new challenges. We need more parking. We have metered parking, we have 3 free lots on the perimeter, and we're thinking about using the trolley to take workers who work in the district from an outside parking lot and bring them down every morning to work in the district. We need a way to collect trash. We've always done street collection, and now we need to find a way to do shared dumpsters behind the buildings. And we have new considerations with sidewalks. We have a lot of sidewalk cafes, and we need to make sure that those stay ADA compliant. Chillicothe has many other preserved structures waiting on restoration, and these are 3 that I wanted to share with you today. At the top is the Whistler Concert Hall. This is going to be about a 3-year renovation when it's done, but it's because the property owner is trying to restore it to its original state. On the bottom is the Preservation Hall, which is one of the few remaining canal warehouses in Ohio. It sat along the Ohio-Erie Canal, and that's in an opportunity zone. And then the Mary Worthington McComb House was built in 1796. It sits on the outside of Chillicothe near a paper mill, and we have a couple of different plans for that building, so I'm anxious to see how that comes out. So thanks for allowing me to share the story. At this time, I'm going to introduce you to Brennan Dudley, who's with the Village of Byesville.
Well, it's great to be with you this afternoon here, and a big thank you to Ohio University and the Voinovich School for putting this together. And also, I want to introduce the mayor of the Village of Byesville, Mr. Jay Jackson. Mr. Jackson, if you'll stand up there. Jay is a great leader and a great partner on the day-to-day operations of the village, and also just a partner for progress in the community. So it's good to have him with us today. So today, I want to talk a little bit about Byesville and more specifically Project Phoenix, which is an economic development initiative that we started in 2018, and we have some great results from that. So we'll talk about a little bit what we've done, how we did it, and what comes next. So if you're not familiar with Byesville, Byesville is at the crossroads of Interstate 70 and 77, just about 3 miles south of there, just south of the city of Cambridge. We have a population of about 2,493 people, give or take, whether it's Monday or Friday. Might be a few more, might be a few less. Have approximately 6 factories within the village, which is a little unusual for a town of that size, but I think that goes to say to where we're at on the crossroads and our logistics to 70 and 77. Also, if you've been up that way here lately, you'll notice that we are home to what we believe is the largest natural gas-fired power plant east of the Mississippi now. That's the Guernsey Power Station. It's a 1,650 megawatt power station, was a $1.5 billion development. The Village of Byesville provides water and sewer to that development. And just to kind of give you an understanding, it provides power to approximately 1.6 million homes in the East Coast. So that's a lot of power radiating out of the Village of Byesville in our area. So it was a great opportunity to work with them and process to go through. That's a whole other presentation for another day. But What makes Byesville really unique too is our reach with our utilities and our water and sewer. About 70% of our daily water and sewer flow is industrial, commercial based. And so that puts us in a great position for development and attraction to business. And so, that kind of leads us into, where Project Phoenix took us. So the vision for Project Phoenix really was to cultivate an environment that improves the quality of life, encourages business, positively impacts our community, culture, and economic well-being. And we have goals, obviously, that go along with that, that we look at all the time internally. I won't bore you with those today, but that's really what everything that we based Project Phoenix off is the vision here. So we started off with a SWOT analysis, and looked at our strengths and weaknesses. It's always easy to, look at the weaknesses and all the things that you're doing maybe wrong and the empty buildings that exist in our small towns. But, one of the things that came out of the SWOT analysis was we realized we needed to change that narrative. And, so many times, and I've heard it even today, dilapidated buildings and empty buildings and those types of things. And one of the things that we started talking about was, that there wasn't dilapidated buildings so much as opportunities and available space. And so as we, went forward and started talking to people, that's how one of the narratives we changed was about the opportunities that Byesville had for business and development. And so we continued with that. The other thing that we did as part of our SWOT analysis and kind of a byproduct of that was, leading with pride. So many times, it's hard to get the community to rally around what you're doing. But, when they see the mayor out there mowing the town square, they realize that, something's happening and it's you got to take pride in what you do. The SBDC and a contingent was in town here a few weeks ago, and they didn't get to meet the mayor because he was running around on the mower. So that's the type of person that Mayor Jackson is, and we appreciate that. But when people see that in the public, it makes a difference. And so we really started to change the narrative. The second thing that happened is we started to, get momentum. We had a local businessman that the mayor and I had a relationship with come to us, and he said, I see what you're trying to do, and I want to be able to help you guys. And so he offered up $10,000, and he didn't really say how he wanted it. He said, I just want to invest in Byesville. And so out of that, we developed what we call the Project Phoenix Partnership Grants. And it started with basically 50% matching funds up to $2,500. Now, $2,500 doesn't sound like a lot of money, but what we found and what we expected was for people to spend $5,000 and we would fund $2,500 and they would fund the other $2,500. What we found was people were spending $10,000, $15,000, and $20,000, and we were still only giving that $2,500. And that was just a unique kind of occurrence. But it wasn't so much, when we talked to them, it wasn't so much about the $2,500 or the money. It was the fact that we were vesting into their development and into the downtown Byesville business district. And so that's really what prompted them to want to go above and beyond. One of the other things that, people, always ask is, how did we market? Well, one of the things that we began to do at the beginning was we celebrated very small wins. And when we talk about small wins, there's a lot of free resources out there, Facebook and social media, but a lot of times your local newspaper and your local radio, they're looking for stories. And I know it may sound funny, but sometimes it's something as simple as painting the light poles in the downtown, and then you're posting that to Facebook. because that's a small win. People see that, and they see the pride that you're taking in the downtown. And we all know how quickly bad rumors happen on Facebook and how quickly that spreads. Well, good things can spread just as fast. And so, when you're sitting around, you think, well, what do we have to be positive about, or what do we have to look forward to? Look for those small little things that, if somebody paints something new in your downtown, somebody paints a facade or they paint their building, get a picture of that, put that on Facebook, and make a big deal about that, because that shows people that you're vested in what you're doing there. One of the other things that we did is we just started talking about the opportunities in Byesville. In virtually every meeting and conversation that we were in, we just talked about, hey, we have a space for you in Byesville. If you got an idea, you got a brand or a business that you want to expand, we'll find a space for you there. And we invited people with unique ideas to do that. So accomplishments from Project Phoenix, and the mayor reminded me last night that it's actually 24 new businesses since 2019. We have a 96% commercial occupancy rate right now. We only have one available building, and it's under renovation currently. So we had to start to look at other areas to expand, which I'll talk about here in a second. Approximately 13 buildings have been renovated, over $1 million in increased property value. Obviously, leads to a thriving downtown. And I want to talk just a moment about the unique businesses that we have seen. Beauty spas. I don't know a lot about beauty spas. I'm just naturally ugly, but that's a big thing now. And what we found at Byesville has actually 2 beauty spas for the side of town that we are. That's pretty interesting. And we have a day spa. So all of that is actually partnered really well with some of the local hair salons. So you can make a whole day in Byesville. We have a marketing campaign coming out called Byesville is Beauty. And so, we're promoting those businesses through that. One of the other things that we most recently found that changed the whole dynamic of foot traffic in our downtown was a coffee bar. And it was actually a transplant from another community, and it wasn't an issue with the community itself, but was an issue with the building they were in, and they wanted to be a little bit more central to the middle of Guernsey County. And so they came to Byesville, and that actually has totally changed the amount of foot traffic. It was about 3 weeks ago, I stood there in about a 5-minute period. I saw 7 people coming in and out of a coffee shop at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's pretty good foot traffic, and that's helped other businesses around. We also have a business called Deal Busters Marketplace. I don't want to paint that everything is just rosy in Byesville, but we through some of this and through 2019 there, we had one of the long-standing businesses in Byesville close, Byesville Furniture. But what was interesting is within a month, we actually was able to fill the building with a business that wanted to expand from another building called Deal Busters Marketplace. And within Deal Busters, there's approximately 30 small vendors. It's kind of I would say an upscale type of flea market vending type of thing. And but it's really been a great foot traffic thing too. Each one of those vendors inside of there are marketing each one of their businesses, so they're bringing more people to Byesville as well. And then one of the final accomplishments, we've done all this really just dispersing over $24,000 from the Phoenix Fund. So once we went through the first $10,000 from the businessman, he gave us another $10,000, and now we're working on the third set of $10,000, and I think it's a little over $24,000 now. Just some quick pictures of these are old pictures of what the downtown looked like prior to this building here that you see with the boards on the front of it here. That's what it looks like today, and it has a printing place in there. This is another building on South 2nd Street here. This is what it looked like when the furniture store had it. And there's what it looks like now, completely redone facade. The building next to it, the facade was redone on it as well. I'm gonna back that up. That's actually where all of the beauty spas are, right there. And then there's another one up the street there, but that middle building there has the day spa in the middle, hair shop on the other side, and a beauty spa on the other side there. This is 177 South 2nd Street. You can see what that looked like. There's a picture of what it looks like now. There's the coffee shop there. The building to the left of that is our only building it's open right now, and it's the one that's under renovation. So a couple next steps that we're looking at. In our downtown, we want to create a people space. We've received a grant through Senator Schaefer's office, a capital budget grant that we are working with, and I'll show a picture of it here. It's kind of the town square that's been privately owned. We've had an agreement to do that. We just were able to purchase that property. Interestingly enough, the people who owned that property and have owned it for several years have wanted really a lot of money for it, and really hasn't wanted to sell it at times. But once we shared the vision for Patriot Park with them, they've agreed to sell it to us for a really reasonable amount, and we are so happy to get that under village ownership because it's going to be a great addition to the downtown. And then I'll show you here a picture. The other project is we have an elementary school that's through the power plant and the abatements that they received. There'll be new schools that are being built at a central campus just south of the village. And so the elementary school that's turning 100 years old this year will be available. And so we worked out a deal with the district to inherit that to the village, and that will become the Southeast Ohio Center for Business and Innovation. We have partnerships with the SBDC we're working with to have a office in there to move entrepreneurs and businesses into spaces there. Also, Muskingum Valley Health Centers will have a health center in there. And then also our educational service centers, both Southeast Ohio Educational Service Center and East Central Ohio Educational Service Center will be putting a STEM hub innovation center in there. They didn't catch the pictures. I added the pictures late for the CBI and the Patriot Park there. So thank you. I'm turning it over to Stephanie Dyer.
Thank you, Brennan. I have to say that I'm honored to be here. 20 years ago, I started working with some of my counterparts who are no longer with Eastgate, but have moved on to other planning stages in their lives with Youngstown State University. But I'm honored to present on the Mahoning River that I have been working with for the past 20 years. So I titled it, Rebuilding a River That Built Our Region. There we go. Okay. So, and I think it's important to bring that out because the Mahoning River truly did rebuilt a region that we are currently rebranding and rebuilding. And it all goes to its defining history. So if you don't know much about our Youngstown, Mahoning Valley, which incorporates Trumbull and Mahoning counties, when we say Mahoning Valley, it truly does incorporate those two counties. And so this is our history, and Bruce Springsteen, if you're a fan of his or not, he created or made a song called Youngstown. So maybe when you're at home or on your way home, ask Alexa to play Youngstown by Bruce Springsteen. Because I remember that song when I was in high school, and going over one of the bridges to my high school, the song was playing, and on both sides of the bridge that led to the high school was a former steel mill site. So from about 1800s to 1900s is when steel really picked up in our area because we were really rich in iron ore and coal. And so as the song says, we had a Heaton furnace there in Yellow Creek, which is one of the tributaries. So we were really booming. We helped win the wars. We helped build the steel for the World War II, Civil War, what have you. Steel was in our blood. Until we hit Black Monday. Well, that's when the steel mills shuttered, things went silent,
And if it weren't for the General Motors Lordstown plant, we probably would have lost a lot more residents within our valley. So after 1977, we were left with a toxic river. So from then until now, we're still battling the remnants of pollution, whether it's the heavy metals that set into the sediment that are now at the bottom of the river versus, the brownfields that abut the riverbanks that, one, may still need to be cleaned, or two, that are cleaned, remediated, and are awaiting a new venture. And so enter 2013, and we have this large revival on a local level. Because before that, we were trying to work with the Army Corps to ecologically restore the river. But it didn't get us very far until 2013 when the Ohio EPA approached our region and said, hey, we can do this on a local level by renewing our river and kind of make it into our own little Cuyahoga River here. So that's when we started thinking, we're going to revive our river and rebuild the region that built us. So as I mentioned, it started with a corridor, the dam removal plan. In 2013 was when we started to really remove one of our low head dams. So if you don't know anything about the river, the dams were put in place to feed the steel mills with the water that they needed to cool in their processes. So when the water came in, it was cool, did what it had to do, it was returned back into the Mahoning River at such a high temperature that the river never froze. And so coming in with that river through those outfalls were pollutants, heavy metals, PCBs, PAHs, all that nasty stuff. And so the local level started to think that one of the impairments in the Mahoning River, as stated by the Ohio EPA for water quality, and I'm a water quality nerd, so please excuse me, I'm coming at this from a water quality standpoint, but were the dams. The dams were impairing the river from reaching its full potential because you had these items in place, these structures in place that were preventing fish and bugs from moving up and down the stream. So you may have muskie down by Lowellville, which is near the Ohio-PA line, but you're starving the upstream region of such an asset and such a sport fish that it just wasn't good for it. It's not good for the region. On top of that, you have these sediment traps. So rivers naturally want to take in sediment and they want to dissipate it on their own and send it to where it needs to be without giving too much of a load in one area versus another. So with the dams, they were storing the sediment back. And so as they're storing it, those areas became heavily polluted with those pollutants. So through dam removal, we're going in, dredging the heavy contaminated sediment, not the entire dam pool reach, but just the areas where the sediment is polluted enough that once we remove it and then go in and remove the dam, the river's going to do what it naturally needs to do, and that's move the sediment and put it where it needs to be, shift it downstream. So we are removing the worst of the worst. So through our river corridor plan, it was a year process where MS Consultants was hired to come in and survey our communities. We used ODNR funding, which was about $500,000, to do this study plan that looked at the 13 communities. So when we're talking regional, we're talking 13 communities. So that is from Newton Falls, which is up in Trumbull County, all the way down to the Ohio-PA line in Lowellville. So we're looking at what do these communities need to rebuild themselves. And again, a lot of them were built because of the steel mills. We had steel cities. The housing down there was built to house steel mill workers. So at the end of this plan, we had recommendations as well as 13 toolkits, one toolkit for implementation for each community to find, use the resources that are within the state of Ohio to go ahead and revitalize their river, their section of the river. Now that may not be because of water quality, but it may be because of the vision that they have that comes with an improved Mahoning River. So the River Corridor Plan, and I'm just going to read this right off of the screen, it's a collaborative and comprehensive development of existing conditions, future visioning, and implementation steps to achieve long-term prosperity. But the purpose of the plan is to bring the collective
economic opportunities and shared prosperity to the Mahoning Valley, again, Mahoning and Trumbull counties, through connecting our communities, protecting wild spaces, and preserving our legacy. So we have three regional movements. One regional goal is the environmental goal. First and foremost, improve the Mahoning River's water quality. Make it so that people aren't fearful of going into the river, because a lot of the stigma comes from those PCBs and those old heavy metals. People are so afraid to go into the river, whether it's a boat or whether it's to fish, that they're just afraid that they're going to come up with like 3 limbs or 3 eyes. It's kind of like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. So with his little 3-eyed fish. So it's doing that for the environment to remove that stigma so that people feel comfortable getting into the river and not worrying that they're going to, come out burned or what have you. And granted, our river didn't catch on fire like the Cuyahoga River, but we still have these feats that we have to overcome. Our second goal is a recreational goal by connecting our river communities, whether that's through trails, walkability, or expanding our the Mahoning River Water Trail. And the third goal is our economic, to grow responsibly. Again, goal number 1, to reach that, we need to remove the legacy pollutants before we go in and remove the low-head dams. So there were 9 dams total. 2 of them have been removed already using Ohio EPA funding. And to remove these dams, it's about $3 million. So it costs more to remove a dam than it is to rebuild a road. The second part of that is to go ahead and remove the low-head dam. And after that, we're going to restore the streams back into a natural vegetative state wherever we can. So currently we have 5 dams that are, we have 7 dams that are remaining. 5 of them are already funded and will be undergoing certain phases of the removal process. 2 of them will remain at this time in the Mahoning River because they are still used by industry. We have 2 steel mills and 1 steel mill industry that still utilizes the pool for their processes. So we're leaving those ones alone. We're doing this by utilizing Ohio EPA grants, and one of the best grants that they have is a perfect marriage between those communities that utilize OEPA funding for wastewater, stormwater infrastructure, and that want to sponsor a stream restoration project. And that's through the Water Resource Restoration Sponsorship Program. Really cool program and really cool grant that the Ohio EPA has, and we've been utilizing that for the past 7 grants that we have. Another fund we're using is the Clean Ohio Green Space Conservation Fund. Eastgate also administers that program. So that fund is based on stream restoration and protection and conservation of land. We have state biennium funding that we receive, and we're also utilizing the settlement funds that we get from past bankruptcies from former steel mills. So this is a current funding right now. We've received over $18 million, and that includes those dams that are scheduled to be removed between now and 2025. But you can see the pie chart there that kind of separates where our funding sources have been. Goal number 2, as I stated, was connect the region, expand that Mahoning River Water Trail, and look at watershed tributaries. So when it comes to water quality and the Mahoning Valley, we don't necessarily look straight to the river. We do, but we also need to start thinking outside of the river boundaries and working with those communities that drain into the river, and that also add those amenities through kayaking, through the wetland complexes that they have, and through the trails that we can connect. We want to increase river access because we know that there are some areas where we are disconnected from the river because we still have active rail lines. So we're going to look into kayak launches. We're going to look into any type of infrastructure that we can find or think of to get that access. We want to promote river activities. We do have some river festivals that take place along the river, but we also want to create new activities. And so it was real refreshing during the last session to learn about those festivals and kind of expand and get our brains moving as far as like, what can we do? We already know we have the Cookie Table Festival, and we already have Italian festivals, but a wine festival might be kind of nice. Here's our funding sources for the recreation side. So it's a mixture of ODNR grants and ARC Community Grant Program. We're going to be looking into that as far as how can we vision these trails? How can we connect them? Our economic side is to provide and promote work in livable playing areas. So what can we do to improve our parks? How can we make it a nature's playground? Or how can we connect our parks that abut the river using a Mahoning River walk trail? What do we need to create new attractions? How are we going to develop transformable spaces? How do we support existing businesses? So that all involves getting stakeholder input with our communities and our mayors along the Mahoning River. We have a mayors of the Mahoning River Association where regardless of what community they're from, as a region, they think selflessly. So whether we're removing a dam or rebuilding a community downstream in Lowville, we have upstream's mayor of Warren supporting and promoting that and maybe taking ideas from here and putting them in his vision. But what are we doing to support businesses? And it's going out to the stakeholders and finding out exactly what they want. I'm not going to come into a community and say, hey, this is the perfect way to do things. I want to hear from them as far as what do they see every day and what do they want every day. So taking that and developing the transformed spaces that they want and deserve. In order to do those economic visions, we're going to be using ARC Community Grant Program funding to promote those stakeholder meetings and to go to the individual communities and their mayors and their official stakeholders and, again, find out what it is that they need. What is their vision? Do they want to see murals? Do they want to repurpose existing buildings? What do they have upcoming for their downtown area? We're looking at public-private partnerships because, again, we realize that that is very important. Not everything can rely on the public aspect, public dollars. We need to have that investment to grow and to grow stronger. And we're looking at the economic development grants. So our next steps, again, utilizing the ARC Community Grant Fund program is to look in depth at downtown and riverfront visionings. So we've already started that working with some of our communities and gathering input, holding stakeholder meetings, community workshops, and site visits, and identifying projects such as the connector trails, doing complete streets, site planning, and again, additional riverfront recreational development. And with that, I think we have some good time for the question and answering session. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, panelists. We have time for a few questions here. The first question that we have is from Danny Esperanza, and this is to all the panelists. Can you all describe the challenges, opportunities, and potential solutions to balance the perception or realities of limited parking, pedestrian ways, events, commerce, etc.?
Yeah, obviously with progress and development becomes some issues such as pedestrian traffic, also, automobile traffic. We've already taken some steps and we're in the process of taking more to address some of that. From the government perspective, I mean, we're kind of the responsible party in that. As the businesses come, we have to be able to provide not only parking for the businesses themselves, but their patrons. So We recently purchased a lot just at the edge of downtown that we will be redoing so that there's additional parking there. And then also we're looking at the other end of downtown to purchase another lot there. So we're in negotiations on that. So it doesn't, there's no easy answer to that. And then, you know, as far as some of the pedestrian things, we'll be we're working on a plan with, you know, fixing some of those things, because the more traffic you have, the less safe the pedestrians are. So we're aware of that, and we'll be seeking some funding for that as well.
Yeah, so Chillicothe's, can you hear me? Chillicothe's trolley has really been a boost as far as people who were afraid to come downtown because they weren't sure that they could find adequate parking. But the city of Chillicothe also put in an on-demand service with their transit department. So we're trying to publicize that and share it through social media. You can call a number and a Chillicothe van will come and pick you up and take you wherever you want to go. And of course, those are handicap accessible. So that's opened up a new world for people who were afraid to come downtown because they weren't sure they would have the access and be able to find a spot.
Marietta has, as everybody else does, has a parking issue. We do have a few free parking lots. We do 2-hour parking on the street, but we are in the process of, we've secured some grant funding to look into what we can do about that and some possible solutions for that. Pedestrian walkways are, you know, like they said, the more traffic you get, the more dangerous it becomes for some pedestrians. So we're looking into that as well and doing a whole corridor assessment on that.
I know for some of our river communities, it's not so much a question of adequate parking as far as, you know, do we have enough spaces? Can we accommodate people? As much as it is, do we have convenient parking? So, you know, where a lot of our amenities are, right now, the parking lots may not be nearby, but they're in walkable distance. So, you know, we have various parking studies that have been done over the years, but that's definitely something to revisit and take a look at. But I think it's more of convenient parking.
Thank you. This next question is actually my own, if you don't mind. So where I'm from, my hometown of Beverly, Ohio, we recently received a technical assistance grant through Ohio EPA called Recreation Economies for Rural Communities. So we're in planning sessions right now to try to rebrand our town as more of a bike and trails and river kayaking friendly community. So my question to all of you is, how can our downtown businesses market themselves to really take advantage of those tourist dollars?
So the Village of Byesville does have a Byesville Business Association, which has been really kind of guided by the businesses themselves rather than administered from a governmental level. And so it's kind of taken on just a natural flow to it. And, you know, interestingly enough, all the businesses have worked together really well. And so, you know, I think for us, what we see is those businesses grouping with other businesses to market whatever they're doing. You know, recently around Valentine's Day, I think it was about the week before, all the businesses in the downtown got together and they did a thing called Galentine. And so I didn't realize how big this was going to be because they didn't ask a whole lot from me, but I come out of a meeting and at 6 o'clock at night, we had approximately 600, mostly females, in the downtown. And so it was, you know, kind of very interesting to see that put together just by the businesses and completely marketed through social media.
So one of my slides showed the community ride that we have every Monday night, where we have families coming together just to ride bicycles through not just the downtown district, but through some of the residential areas. That's brought a lot of people downtown and promoted that it's a walkable space. I've seen a lot of our downtown shops putting out dog bowls and resting areas for animals just to promote that feel that, you know, you don't just need a car to come downtown, bring your family down, bring your pets down, and it's more of a hometown feel.
Marietta has a multi-use trail that runs along both the Muskingum and the Ohio River that is heavily used every day, no matter what the season is. And a lot of our shops, we have a Bike Marietta program as well, and with that comes a lot of our shops are what we call bike-friendly shops. And you can stop in and refill your water bottle. Some of them do have dog bowls out for the dogs as well. But that is, the shops just take ownership of that themselves, about being the bike-friendly.
So the communities along the Mahoning River really have a blank canvas. Yes, they do have buildings that are downtown. They do have them along the riverfront, but a lot of them are vacant. So they're awaiting that new vision. And so I think we're fortunate in the aspect of approaching this grant funding in this project as far as opening up that canvas and allowing the mayors and the citizens of that community to go ahead and paint that picture of what they want to see. So I think this program is affording us that value to go and repaint that and repurpose those buildings. So, it'll be interesting to see after this process, after we go through this process and hit the 2026 mark, what our river is going to look like and what the buildings along the river are going to look like. And so sometimes I kind of refer to the communities, hey, take a look at what Cuyahoga Falls is doing downtown. I mean, how they revitalized just by taking down their dams, how they revitalized with their shops and their boutiques and their outside eatery places that are dog friendly. So that seems to be a good trend to start with, but yeah.
Thank you. So this next question was submitted anonymously. Tammy, you've got a cheerleader in the comment section here. This says, love what the city is doing for Chillicothe. Can you talk about the unique approach to incorporate a major manufacturer like Kenworth into tourism strategy by starting the Kenworth Truck Parade?
Yeah, sure. So Kenworth has been there for a long time. Next year they're going to celebrate 50 years in our community, but there seemed to be this disconnect between the downtown district and our manufacturing corridor. And so 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to go to Denton, Texas, which is where the Peterbilt facility is. And they have done this for many years. It's a fundraiser for United Way. And they have a small downtown core, and they drive 50 Peterbilt trucks. And, the trucks are decorated, and it's an incredible light show, and it's done at night, and there's a VIP event. So the person who was the plant manager at Kenworth at the time said, I really have a vision for seeing this in downtown Chillicothe. And of course, the city was all on board, but, I got to tell you, I don't think our mayor made it today, but he was so surprised because I said to him, you need to start this Kenworth Truck Parade off when it's time. And he said, yeah, okay, that's great. And after we actually had this event, there were people that showed up in the downtown, obviously lots of children, but there are adults sitting along the parade route, making motion at the truck drivers to honk their horns. And at one time, every truck on the route had their horn blowing. And the mayor told me afterward, I had no idea what this was going to be like. This town loves their trucks. So it was an exciting event, and everyone was inspired to just keep this thing going. And, since we're all in here together and no one else will know, I think there might be a concert after this year's parade. So you may want to come. And we just plan on making it better every year. And of course, I said we're celebrating the 100-year anniversary of the Kenworth brand this year. Next year, it will be the 50-year anniversary of our local plant.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you all for your time this afternoon. Since we are the last session, we'll go ahead and wrap that up early for you guys, give you back some time in your day. Please visit, this is a little plug for me, please visit Buckeye Hills Regional Council's table to pick up one of our downtown revitalization guidebooks that we just completed this winter that we're super proud of. But please give the panelists a round of applause for me if you love. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Jen, Tammy, Brennan, Stephanie, and Jada, especially for your moderating. I mean, it's exciting, as you can tell just by these few panels that we've had today, and I appreciate you all sticking around for the whole day. There's a lot going on in rural Appalachian, Ohio, and there's a lot to be proud of. There's a lot of work to do, and I know you're all ready and willing to engage and support the work that's going on. But before we depart today, I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to our key conference partners, our hosts here at Ohio University's Weinberg School, the U.S. Economic Development Administration, the Appalachian Regional Commission, Ohio Southeast Economic Development, Appalachian Partnership, Inc., and the LDDs, Buckeye Hills Regional Council. It's first, but it's not first. It's just alphabetical. Ohio Mideast Governments Association, Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission, and Eastgate Regional Council of Governments. And I think those groups also serve on the planning team that helps pull this event together with Dr. Jason Jolly. And many thanks to our technical support team in the back that also stick with us, of Ohio University's catering, and of course, our own Mackenzie Kocharski. Mackenzie, thank you. This could not, she's not gonna stand up. She makes this easy for all of us, all the panels. She herds the cats, does the things. Mackenzie, thank you, thank you, thank you. And finally, I want to thank all of you for participating in the 11th Annual Appalachian Ohio State of the Region. Thanks to those online. We still had 60-some the last I looked, so we only lost a few. That's great attendance. We want you to complete the evaluation survey that you're going to get via a link from the Weinberg School. They're going to send that email out later this week. A final note, please leave your name badge at registration so we can repurpose those for future events. Reach out to any of the panelists. The Weinberg School always stands ready to support, answer your questions, link you to resources, so reach out to us, reach out to the LDDs as you're trying to do your great work in your communities. And thank you again for coming, and safe travels home, and we will see you next year. Thanks.